Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a good afternoon. Welcome WFU, welcome Chaotic, and everybody else who is currently here. Alright guys, so they have announced this is the last week for Mistfall Hunter. The beta will be closing on May 15th. That said, I am not planning to probably play this game until the 15th. So right now, my general schedule as far as streaming goes is I'm gonna play Mistfall Hunter probably for like the next, I don't know, maybe like day or two, something like that. I want to go ahead and use up my gear, or at least use up a lot of my gear that I'm kind of sitting on, because it's not coming with me, so I might as well just throw it into the void in PvP. And I am going to try Legacy, because I'm just kind of curious what they've been working on. I'm not like super optimistic, just because I know the player base count is so low right now, but I'm kind of just looking for something else to do for streams without going back to Dark and Darker. So I think I'm gonna play this for now, and then once the streaming NDA is open, because I have access to a private server, once I'm allowed to stream it, I'll do some showcasing on Wizard. It's supposed to open up the 10th, Chaotic, as far as I know. And then I'll kind of show you guys the Wizard, the new maps, and all that other stuff as soon as I'm allowed to. And then in June, we'll be back to Midnight Walkers as well. So we definitely have a few things that we can do over the next month. But right now, we're kind of in like this weird period where I'm not really exactly sure what to do. So anyway, that's what we're doing today. We're going to do some PvP. And we can get some closing thoughts on the game. But yeah, this will probably be like my last like day or two of streaming this game before I hop over to probably testing out some of the legacy content updates that they've been doing. Anyway, that was a lot of talking. Let me double check my gear, make sure we're chilling. I'm running my mid set right now. This is a pretty good kit that I'm running. I have an even better kit, but I haven't played in 2 days, so I'm going to warm up with this. And then after a while, or when I die, I'll swap to my better kit. And then we'll just keep using my build, and we'll just keep using my gear until it's all gone. We'll see how many kits I can give away today in PvP after not playing for like 2 days. Hey Wessler, why not play it the whole week? Because Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery's update that they've been working on for a few months is coming out on the 14th. And there is a private server that I have access to that I should be allowed to stream starting on the 10th. And I want to show off the Wizard gameplay and some of the new content that they're doing there. Just because I really liked Legacy when it first released. So I'm curious what they've been doing. That's all. I'm not an anti-dad streamer. That's not really true. I just don't really enjoy that game at the moment. It's not that I don't like dad, it's just I just don't really want to play it right this minute. That's all. Well, if I get to the point where I know that I'm going to be done with Mistfall for good, maybe I'll just, like, go into lobbies and give players gear or something. If I get to that point. Also, hey, Falconer. I don't know if I said hi to you, but welcome. Yeah, I got my, I cut my hair the other day. It was getting hotter, closer to summer. I prefer short hair anyway, so it was about that time. Yeah, Wesler, I'm hopeful. I know the Legacy's player count has been pretty bad, to say the least. I am hoping that this content update is enough to bring players back. I got sent an email. Let me see if there's an NDA on this email they sent me. Let me double check. If there's not, I'll tell you what I got. I want to give you a heads up for an update, knowing we played it. So I do not see any I don't see any, like, privacy on this email. So I know that they're planning to do a free Steam weekend for Legacy. I guess that's been confirmed because they gave me an email about it. So I can say that for sure, that they're planning that unless something changes. So maybe that'll draw in some players. We'll have to see. Didn't see me stream yesterday? Yeah, because I didn't stream yesterday. I was out for a while during the day, and then I just never ended up getting to stream over. Hey, Zoe, thanks. I appreciate it. Welcome also. Are we playing Dune tomorrow? I don't even know what Dune is. Is that sand game? It's not even on my radar, so I don't currently have plans for it. Is that the sand one where you have like giant like mechs or something? I didn't even know that game was out yet. Or coming out. Tomorrow is a big playtest for Dune. Well, I know the last playtest they did for Dune seemed like it got pretty bad reviews, so I'll have to wait. I'll have to see if it's any better than last time. If it is, I'll consider it. I didn't see anything that I really cared about when I saw Dune the last time, though. It seemed just kind of whatever. Force teams is already kind of a no-go for me. Anything that's like trios or like teams only, or teams by default, I already don't care about it. If it doesn't have solos, I just quite frankly am not interested. Well, just to be clear, this spot has been buggy since... I hope the devs know about this spot. That's not the first time it's happened to me here. Yo, what the hell? It's this spot. Someone should do a bug report for this. It's like right here, it like bugs the map. Yeah, it's like exactly in that spot. It's been like that for, I think, the entire test. Hunt Showdown's not really my thing. It's not this, it's just, yeah, not really, no. Well, I only play Misfall because I stream it. Like, streaming Misfall was still fun to me. But if I didn't stream, I probably wouldn't still play it. These have duos. Zero, from my understanding, they're supposed to be adding duos for the next playtest. Duos and additional servers. You know, I thought about making a list on stream about like kind of what this game like should fix and what kind of content we'd like to see. Specifically because I might make a video, like a final thoughts video on Misfall. And it might be better if I have final thoughts of not just my own stuff, but from you guys too. I'm thinking about doing that. So I might take some time out of today's stream and you know, and just kind of talk about that a little bit. Someone should send that to the mods. Send what to the mods? You mean the map thing? If they don't know about it, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's also true. Yep, seeded mobs are also pretty buggy too. Walking pharmacy? I mean, there's nothing left to do but PvP. It's like the last week of the beta. mean, I might as well bring nothing but heals. There's nothing else to do. What am I doing? Am I looting? I'm not looting anything unless it's like purple gear. Alright. Anyways. GG. Ooh, I need these berries. The market is dry as hell on wild berries right now. What is the Grey Timmy doing? I think it's because of the lack of players right now. The game is supposed to give you... It's supposed to match you based on, you know, like what your gear is. But when there's not a lot of players, it doesn't seem to work very well. So I think that's part of why. Because, you know, the playtest has been out for a while, probably longer than it needs to have been at this point. So I think that's really the biggest issue. Damn, Lich is really out here, climbing out. Alright. That's fine. Abuse? Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of some power-hungry mod abuse going on over there. Yeah, the playtest got extended by quite a lot, Loden. Probably longer than it needed to be. So at this point, I'm just gonna use up my gear because I don't plan to play this test for too much longer. I think probably around the 10th or 11th is when I'll be done with this game. Somewhere around that range. I don't think I'll be here to stream on the 10th because I'll be out of the house pretty much all day. But back on the 11th, I'll be back. So. Cut off all my hair? I did cut off all my hair. Most of it, at least. Alright, Mr. Sorcerer. What you rocking? I see we're starting off the bullying early today. See how this is going. Okay. I leave the house? I leave the house a lot, actually. Believe it or not. Going back to Dark and Darker? No, I'm gonna try out the Legacy update that's coming out. There's a private server I have access to that has the new wizard class. So I'm gonna do a stream, probably on like the 11th. That'll kind of look into like what they've been doing over the last few months. And if Legacy's not really, if I'm not feeling it, then I'll just go and play Dark and Darker for a little bit until, you know, something else comes out. Any insight on when the game launches? If I had to take a guess, I don't think this game's gonna launch till almost the end of the year. Because I think they still need a lot of content and optimization. So I think releasing too soon would be a mistake. I think they're gonna release another playtest, but I really, really doubt we're gonna see a release before like the end. I really don't think so. Not bald. I'm just, you know, slightly less. Oh, the net code. It didn't. I threw a rock at him. It didn't show the rock, but I did throw one. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but a little bit of a latency issue over here, I guess. That was kind of funny. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, add that to the list of issues the devs need to fix before full release. The netcode is definitely not the best. Invisible boulders, not a good sign. Gotta fix that one. The devs say that they're going to release a roadmap and update about the playtest after the servers close on the 15th of May. Legacy, it's Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. It has, like, no players right now, so I'm really not surprised you haven't heard of it. They've been working on an update that's supposed to come out, like, May 14th. If the update is, if the update is not enough to bring players back, then, we're kind of cooked. If it is good, then, you know, maybe there's a chance. I like the game personally, which is why I'm gonna try it again. Yeah, this game is far from perfect. There is definitely some things that need to be addressed before it releases officially. I hope for the dev's sake that they're able to figure it out, because I really do not want to see this game die off and just disappear. That would be preferably not, because I really do like this game, but it needs content, needs optimization, it needs server. It's a lot of stuff that it needs. So I hope it gets the stuff that I hope it gets everything that we need, so we can kind of have this game in the future and not just see it be like another dead title like DB. Hopefully not. Yes, I agree with you. I think at least one more playtest before EA would be ideal, I think. Best class? I think every class is currently good. I don't really know if there is necessarily a best class. I think there's a lot of good classes right now. Just my own opinion, though. Did I even bother with the auction today? I don't know. I will, just because I don't want to somehow run out of money, but the odds of me running out of money at this point seem very, very low. So I doubt it, but I'll do it anyway, I guess. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine I'm gonna run out of 120k, but whatever. Maybe I want to like buy some better gear or something, and it's available. I don't know. I don't think going into early access right now would be a good play at all, Wesley. I don't think this game is ready for EA yet. Just my own opinion. I think going into EA right now would be a ginormous mistake. There is nowhere near enough content for EA. If they if they wiped the game right now and said we're gonna release an EA tomorrow, the game I think would be dead in like 2 weeks because there's not enough content to go for a season. Everybody would get everything they want to do in like a 2 week period, and we'd be done. There's there's very little to do. It If you've played this game for more than like 20 hours, you would understand exactly what I'm talking about. I don't think the game lost players because the game is bad. I think there's just no content. So if they can add some stuff to do for to have more longevity for a season, I think there is some serious potential here. But we gotta get more content for launch. We have to. Uh More servers has nothing to do with more content. Because adding more servers is not hard. You just buy more servers. You can't just buy more content. They need to actually add it to the game. So, like, it's a completely separate issue. The servers are not should not be affecting the rate that we're getting new content. Those should be completely separate issues, not even the same ballpark of problems, I think. You only played 5 hours and you still feel like there's low content. I'm not even surprised. That's the biggest issue with this game. It's not even that the game is bad at all. It's just there's not enough to do. We need more stuff to do. Well, yeah, there's bugs, there's optimization problems, there's a lack of servers, there's a lack of content, just to name a few. Certain classes only have one weapon, which I think is not okay. We need at least 2 weapons per class, minimum. Just to name a few. Ranger has a new bug that can perma knock down enemies. Well, it's probably a good thing that they found that now and not later, because if they found that like for like early access launch, that would be a lot worse. So I'd rather that bug get addressed now and then, rather than later. That does sound very annoying to fight though. Too little on the map. Yeah, I wish there was a down portal, kind of like Dark and Darker and DB had, where, there was some way to traverse down and keep going through the map instead of being stuck on like one static map alone. I made the suggestion that like maybe the blue bells, maybe you find red bells too, and the red bells send you down a level into a harder like hell map. Hey Supreme, welcome. Good to see you. I'm playing Dad soon. I don't really know. I haven't really been feeling like playing Dad. Right now, I'm gonna play this for like a few more days. Then I'm gonna try out the Legacy update. And then if the Legacy update flops and it's not worth streaming, at that point I'll go back to Dad until June. And then in June I'm gonna play the Midnight Walkers beta for Steam Next Fest. So that's kind of my current timeline as far as what I want to play goes. How do you do it? How do you do what? Well, yeah, having a down portal slash harder map would be nice. That's something that's definitely missing. People will always ask what class is best. That's just the nature of people. People will always look for whatever class is quote unquote broken that they can use to you know, to do better in their matches. That's not really a game issue. That's just a player, you know, mentality that you have in games. Any game that's competitive in nature is always going to have some kind of meta or something that players are chasing towards. Like it's always going to happen. How do you do the ranger bug? Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. That's the first I've heard of it. Honestly, this game's combat feels so much better than Dark and Darker's. It's really hard for me to go back to that game. Like, yeah, this game isn't perfect. It has its issues, but I'm so sick and tired of Druid. I just can't. Druid just ruins that for me, man. It's really hard for me to play that game. Like, I really, really, really dislike that class. I know I'm not alone in that thought process either. I know there's other people out there that feel exactly like I feel. Druid is just such a pain in the ass. And it feels like it just ruins the game. I enjoy Midnight Walkers, but it needs work. There is some serious quality of life features that need to be addressed for Midnight Walkers, but I think the game was very fun. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it's good. I think Mistfall is a better game than DB. Like, baseline, obviously there was more content in DB, and I think DB was more complete when it first launched, outside of, you know, the horrific dev work that got done. Outside of that, I think DB had probably more stuff to do. But this game's combat, I think, has a better foundation than DB did. If they can polish this game and add more content, I think we're looking at a potentially really solid competitor. At least I really hope that's the case. Dad questing? I hate dad questing. There is nothing about questing in Dark and Darker that I find enjoyable. Like, I'm not trying to be negative about that at the moment. I'm just telling you, honestly, I do not enjoy it. It's too much, it feels like busy work, rather than, like, fun gameplay. And that's the biggest problem I have with it. The questing in this game, at this point, I can objectively say, just feels better, because I don't even look at the quests. I just kind of do them while playing, and I don't have to worry about it, unless I really want to do something specific. And you get really good rewards from it that feel way better than any rewards that Dad will ever give you. So it feels worth it to actually do the quests. Like, do I even have to talk about the Cockatrice quest line in Dark and Darker? Or are you already aware of how, like, bad that is at the moment? What do you think? I don't know if you actually are aware of that or not. But, yeah, the questing just doesn't feel like it respects your time, which is why I don't really like their questing too much. Which is fine, you know, I just kind of play Dab without questing. Like, it's, you know, it's fine, you know, not really mine. I just, you know, not a huge fan of it, that's all. Hey, Kirsch. Oh, my God. Might be dead, boys. I fucked up. That was super close. Holy shit. Wow, that was really, 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 really close. That guy was full purple, I'm pretty sure. Whew. Scary. Yeah, I barely... Stoic saved my life there, by the way. If I don't have Stoic, I'm dead, for sure. I didn't have Bulwark. There's a lot of things that would have cooked me if I didn't have what I had. There was quite a few things there that could have finished me off, for sure. That's close. This guy's kit looks okay, too. Oh, yeah. Double Seeker. Double Sky Piercer. Seeker. It's a decent kit. Yeah, this isn't bad. Not like this or anything, but it's pretty good. Hey, nice belt. Take it. Take that, though. Yeah, sorcerers are really scary. I see people just blindly say that block Merc is OP, but I actually don't think it's as OP as people think it is. The stamina loss that you get while blocking actually matters quite a lot. It's easy to stam out. And if you stam out against a sorcerer, it's really, really easy. Yeah, the convenient bell after getting that crazy fight is pretty fun. Cool. +1 sorcerer kit if I want it. I wonder, hold on, I'm gonna throw this on my sorcerer, actually. No, where the hell did that gear just go? Oh, you freaking hoe. Where did that go? Okay. We're good. We're good. Wait, actually, it can just go here. That's... Well, I'm gonna throw this on Sork in case I want to play that class today. Oh, I already have a... Oh, I already have a sorcerer kit? I didn't know I did. It's fine. Let's have an extra one. Yeah, we're at the point in the playtest where selling the gear doesn't really matter to me. I'd rather just have the gear on hand in case I want to use it. The money doesn't really matter anymore. It's like way too late into the playtest for that to matter. For me, at least. I mean, I'll still sell stuff just to make sure I don't run out of money when I'm buying stuff, but yeah, I really don't think it matters much at this point. Yeah, I really thought that sorcerer had me dead there. When I ran out of stamina, I thought it was over. I'm surprised, honestly, that I didn't die. Probably should have, but I'll take the freebie. You lost money to teamers and cheaters. Well, it's a playtest. I mean, what can you really do, right? What can you do? I agree. I said it on Discord yesterday. I think they should remove Skypiercer from the game. Don't even balance it. Don't even try to make it work. Just remove it from the game and replace it with a more fun affix. An affix that encourages you to do nothing but jump for the entire match is bad game design, and it's so strong that you have to use it. So I think you just chalk it up to a bad affix design and just replace it with something more enjoyable. You know, if people want to jump in fights for an advantage, then that's fine, whatever. But to give such crazy stats attached to being required to jump at all times feels bad to me, at least. When I played Sorcerer, I felt like I was required to play Skypiercer, and it was not fun at all. Like I don't enjoy feeling like I have to run a certain affix. Yeah, Cursed, I mentioned it earlier in stream. I am planning to try out the Legacy update on May 10th. It's planned to lift the NDA that's currently open for the private test that I'm in for Legacy. So as long as that gets lifted, as planned, I'm probably going to stream some wizard gameplay for Legacy, the new class. Maybe on like the 11th, I think. Plan. Seeker is also way too strong. Well, Seeker is a required affix right now. Probably too strong, yeah. Because it's so required. It either needs to be nerfed or every class needs to be able to roll it by default on their gear because it's too good of an affix to only be for certain classes. You know? So either everybody needs to have it or no one, or like it needs to be nerfed across the board. Because it is way too strong at the moment. It's crazy. You can't just have 24% speed on one affix like that. Like that's insane. Like that's not okay. I mean, I'm not surprised that there are clips of people cheating. Because Dark and Darker, like, even up to recently, still have people doing shit like that. So, I'm really not surprised at all. People always come up with random things to do to cheats. It's just up to the devs to fix it. So that said, hopefully they can, you know, get it under control. Well, this is kind of Legacy's only chance, in my opinion. Like, if the player count just doesn't increase at all for this update, then I fail to see how they're gonna be able to come back from that. This is their, like, it's really important that this update does well. It is, beyond important that it does. And, you know, it's not that I don't want Legacy to do well. It's just, I'm being realistic here, you know. You have a player base that's fallen down to 30 players, right? So, if you work on one update for 4 months, 3 months, and then you release it, and the player count doesn't increase, then you just... I don't know, there's really not, like, it's just kind of, it is what it is. You can't have a PvP game with 30 players. So I really hope for their sake that it ends up working out for them. Can you do a full DPS? You can. I just prefer Sword and Shield personally. I think Hammer is better for trios, and Sword and Shield is better for solo. Then 5 years of development goes down the drain. Yeah, I think Legacy devs spent like 10 million on their game and years of dev work. So to see all of that just completely go to waste would be definitely sad. Even if you're someone here who doesn't like Legacy as a game, should still have like some level of sympathy for, you know, a development team that has obviously put a lot of time into a game and just watch it just, you know, disappear. What class is that? I can't tell based on the attack. Oh, Hammer Merc. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, that wasn't a good idea. This is the sweatiest freaking fight I've ever seen. How did that not? Well, you know. Nice. Netcode, please. Okay, yes! Bitch. Oh, it's a freaking goddamn long ass fight. Holy shit, buddy. Alright. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Least sweaty hammer merc in the game, I think. Holy hell. Is it YOLO? I don't know. Hard to say. Yeah, he didn't even, like, he didn't run out of stamina a single time throughout that entire fight, which is kind of gross. Did he even get close to running out? Because I feel like he didn't at all. Well, that's all hammer. I hate hammer gameplay because that's all it feels like it is. It's like, okay, I'm gonna try to sit here and eventually get a one-shot on you, and either I get it and I win, or I don't get it and I lose. And that's the entirety of hammer gameplay. It feels very, very silly to me. I'm not a big fan of hammer. I mean, that's a great example fight of why I don't like hammer. That's all he does the whole fight. It's just non-stop, just okay. Charge, charge, charge. Maybe I get a one-shot, and if I don't, then eventually I'll lose, right? But yeah, that really describes hammer very well, and why I'm not a big fan of that. I mean, you saw it. He almost one-shot me on one of those attacks. I mean, I went from like 100 to, what, 30 or 40%? I mean, it was pretty damn close to a one-shot. Yeah, it almost felt more like a fight of attrition than anything else. It was basically whoever ran out of healing first lost. Because he ran out of horns, and I think he was running out of heals too. You know, it would have been nice, I think, if I had some fire pots or something with me at the time. But whatever. It's fine. Yeah, for a minute there, I was thinking, like, am I really about to lose to a hammer move? Like, yeah, I just didn't... I don't know, my damage is just, it's not super, super high. So, yeah, it's just kind of hard. Because he's very, very tanky, too. So his damage is a lot better than mine. You know, I think part of it, too, is that there's no cooldown on the Skull Crusher move that you just charge infinitely. There's zero cooldown at all. Because, like, you just never take evasive charge. You can kind of just spam that move over and over and over with zero consequence. That might be part of why it feels so good. Hard to say. I wonder if it would be worth me trying to grab Skull Crusher and the effects that go with it, just as a secondary. If I were to drop for it, I would probably drop Sharp Blade. But I'm not sure if that's worth it or not. For Skull Crusher to be good, do you basically require the moving while charged? I imagine you probably do. ABC, I have a better kit, but I'm not gonna bother putting it on until I lose this kit. To be honest, I was expecting to have died already today, because I haven't played in like 2 days. This is a good kit. It's not bad. You know, we have good stats. My other kit, though, with legendaries is definitely better. We'll run that once we lose this. Playtest ends on May 15th, by the way. Hands. Yeah, maybe at some point we'll have to try the hammer build, but it feels very silly. It feels, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'd really enjoy that kind of style or not, but we could try it at some point. Right now, though, this entire build is not made for hammer style, so it wouldn't really make sense. We would need to make a build for it specifically. I don't really think there is a most broken class. I think every class is good right now. It's annoying that the perfect block Stonebreaker second attack can never hit because the enemy can use special recovery. Yeah, I think that is it is a little silly that people can get out of it. Sierra is 100% good in solos. Every class is good in solos if you know how to play it. Even Ranger, which is probably the weakest class, is good in solo because they have a one-shot combo. If you're not one-shot comboing, though, I think Ranger's, like, kind of whatever. But the fact that Ranger can hit 2 arrows on you, and then at that point they can one-shot you, I think makes it good enough that, like, it's kind of hard to say the class is bad. Well, yeah, it's a little bit of it's the Bloodflight arrow and then the Bleed arrow combined that ends up pretty much putting you into a one-shot combo range. It's really, really tough. If they hit both of those and then they also stun you, you're already dead. Like, there's nothing you can do. You might survive if they're not geared enough. If they're geared, you're already done. You can't. It's too much damage. Bloodfly, the Rupture arrow, the knockback, and then you get stunned, and then they use the quick shot that shoots 5 arrows, and then you're dead already. You're already done. It doesn't matter what you do at that point. Is there a talent that makes that take less energy? Because I feel like that guy never, ever, ever stammed out for that entire fight. And that takes more energy than I would have ever expected it to. I wonder if there's a talent that he had that I'm not aware of. Because I feel like he was spamming that move constantly and was perfectly fine. I don't think it used that much energy for him. I think there's maybe it's something he had that changed it, I'm not sure. Maybe he had, like, energy talents or energy affixes. Charging hammer skill uses 5%, and if you cancel it, it takes 2 seconds to fully recover. Well, that's not 5%. Yeah, I don't know where you're getting 5% from, unless there's a talent that I'm missing. Spam charging costs nothing if you don't actually use the skill. Oh, I see. So I guess when you have the talent, you get super armor as soon as you start using it. So you can basically just, like, not use it at all. What about the skill, not the right mouse button? Oh, I'm using the wrong skill. Okay. I see now. Wait, that's actually broken as hell. Why does that use so little stamina? Wait, are you serious? That's all it takes? That's the stamina cost? It's like a little hair. It might as well not even have stamina. You could just spam that forever. Yeah, that's probably a little broken, I would say. That's probably a little busted. I can see why people use that in trios, like, all the time. I didn't realize how... I just assumed it used more stamina. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, I realize now that I was ability. Yeah, I just used the wrong one. My bad. Yeah, that's nuts. People are spamming that skill in trio. Yeah, I know. You don't really see it in solos, but I can definitely see why people are spamming it. That seems incredibly insane. And the fact that you can keep Indomitable Will at max level, that, like, because remember, every time you do this, you get 2 stacks of Indomitable Will, which means that you're always at 20% PDR, and you can keep it up for free for an entire fight without, like, there's no, like, penalty. That's kind of crazy. Well, there is no, well, what's the risk? There is no risk, because you get super armor. So, what is the risk? You know, I risk 1% stamina loss. I gain 20% PDR, and if you make one mistake, I one-shot you. I would say that's pretty non-sequential risk at that point. Basically, for hammers, you want to use your mobility skills to get in melee, then use your charge skills to force the enemy to spam dodge, and if you keep dashing towards them, they'll be exhausted, and then you'll kill them. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, because your skill takes way less energy than theirs ever will, so I can see that. How do I have 1 MS ping? Because the servers are in my basement. Yeah, this game seems promising. It definitely needs some work though for full release. I'll be done with Mistfall until next playtest within like the next like day or so. This might be like the main last day I play this game. Because I've pretty much done everything I want to do at this point. If I could stream the legacy test server that I have access to show off the wizard gameplay, I would, but I can't. Yeah, not till the 10th. Soul Crusher in full charge. Jump is the same distance as dash. I tried Arc Raiders, but I don't really like shooters, so I didn't really, I just didn't really stick with it. Damn, and the fact that you can move with that skill active too is even more crazy. Yeah, maybe I do gotta try that at some point. That seems kind of cracked. Shit, maybe I'll just respec my build and give it a try. I don't know if it'll go well because I've never used it before, but it seems kind of nuts. I think it's the super armor that makes it feel so good. It's probably it's probably like a mix of the super armor and I don't really know. Probably like maybe like the low energy cost. You know, I will say if you didn't get the Indomitable Will for so cheap as well, that would probably make me feel differently as well. So the fact that you can have 20% PDR for free with hammer is kind of cracked. Kill mid boss and warrior. Yeah, you can. Yeah, it's definitely doable. It's too late in this. At this point, there's no point to do boss anymore. I've done everything. I'm just kind of like doing until I get bored and you know kind of stop playing. But yes, you can. You can kill boss on every class. Although it's definitely easier for range classes than melee classes. Super armor is what forces people to spam dodge. The only thing that stops you is parry and CC. What CC stops you? Like freeze? It also seems to very reliably hit you as well. Like, it seems very hard to not get hit by it. I don't know, it feels like a very, very scary thing to fight. Because it's always one shot away from just annihilating you. It's pretty cracked. Breeze and daze, okay. Change the direction midair. Oh, so you could even, like, bait out the attacks like that guy was doing, too. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait a minute, didn't I see a sorcerer, not a rogue? That must be two different people. Isn't that rogue in the circle? Oh. He's probably not too happy about that one, I imagine. What are we doing? I know he is not happy about that. Yeah, when I heard the bell starting to go off, I panicked and was like, okay, well, I just need to rush in here. Although maybe there's really not much point in even bothering with hammer at this point, because realistically, if it's, you know, if it's meta for trio already, it's probably gonna get nerfed anyway. I mean, the next playtest isn't for probably months, so it I didn't take his money. Oh, did I like miss his golden blonde? It's fine. If that's the case, that's... The level 1 charge on Skull Crusher is extremely good versus melee. You have the talent that makes it get super armor. Yeah, I noticed every time that I noticed that every time I tried to shield dash into that, and he used his skill at the right time, it would actually just counter me. Which was pretty annoying, for sure. Yeah, I just missed his gold. It's fine. It's not a big deal. And you know, technically you can block the hammer attack, but it costs so much stamina that it's probably not really worth it. And you know, if you try, if you're like that guy and you bait out my parry, I also lose a lot of stamina myself too. Feels like a harder matchup than I thought it would. Is that a sword? I think that's a sword still. I don't remember the last time I saw a legendary in one of these chests. It seems really, really rare. Hammer, hard counter, sword and shield if you don't have parry. I don't know if you'd ever take sword and shield unless you had a parry though. It's probably a mistake. I mean, I beat him, but it was very, very close, and I also technically had better damage than him. I mean, he had a lot of blues. Although, I'm not sure if he I don't think he would have won that even if he had focus. At least I don't think so. I'm not sure if it would have made enough of a difference. Is it intentional that Skull Crusher doesn't have a cooldown? You know, that's a good question. I don't really know. I think it is, but it's probably a mistake. I kind of feel like the moment you use this ability and then you cancel it, it should probably like have a cooldown. It feels kind of stupid that you can just chain it, or it needs to cost more stamina. One or the other. It probably shouldn't be spammable for the entirety of the dungeon for 0 stamina cost. Like, that's probably, like, bad. It's pretty clear why people run that in trios. And the fact that it gives you the will stat, too, is just kind of, like, icing on the cake. It makes an already insane ability just even better. Beat boss? Oh. It's not even close to me right now. There were many times where he had a guaranteed hit, but he missed. Well, I think he missed on purpose, just to be clear. He didn't miss by accident. He missed because he was trying to prevent me from parrying. He was trying to time my parries. That's why he was missing. You know, also, if you take the hammer, then you don't even have to invest in bulwark, so you just get extra stats to run something better. So that's also kind of a plus. I mean, let's be honest here, bulwark is good, but, you know, it does cost 6 talent points that you could otherwise use in something else. I mean, that 6 talent points could be, I don't know, it could be 20% damage for your hammer, right? I mean, you're definitely sacrificing something for taking bulwark. It's not like it's free. So. Okay, it's like really laggy right now. I don't know what's happening. Okay, something is like, this guy must be on like 500. I don't know what's happening. This guy's ping must be really bad. Because it's like, he is lagging his ass off right now. My attacks like aren't even working. I'm honestly not really sure what's going on with this guy. Like, every time I do a move, like it's like physically not. It feels like it's not really working. I don't... I'm not entirely sure if it was his lag or what. Like, something is like real... Like, this is... It's like really, really bad. Could you not? Maybe aggro the rogue that's like in your face? Maybe? Or maybe not. Just aggro me instead. Jesus Christ. I don't know why I don't know why the ball just aggroes me. That was saving that rogue's absolute life over here. No idea why, but... Yeah, the server is, like, really not working today. I've had so many attacks just not... I don't know. I don't really know what's going on. Like, the moves just aren't, like, working properly. It's kind of hard to describe, but you can probably see it on my screen. GG. Yeah, he was a bigger threat than the rogue, so we just ignored the rogue at that point. I think that guy had the perfect block, by the way, which is interesting. I don't see sorcerers use that very much. I think the servers are just not working today. It feels the worst I think it's ever been. Kind of annoying. Doesn't usually quite feel this bad, but... With the warrior? No, but I don't really care about his loot. I already have full loot. I already have full purples. There's nothing he could have that would be worth it at this point, probably. Warrior was in blues anyway, so it's whatever. This is fine. Talents? Yeah, I'm just running this on the front screen. Just running all tank / like sword perks, pretty much. You were the rogue? Yeah, I just decided to ignore you at that point. I just went for the sorcerer instead. You should be happy. Killed the sorcerer for you. You're welcome. You fought the sorcerer earlier? Yeah, well, I saw you fighting him. And I thought about going for you, but you were in blues, I think, and the sorcerer was in purples. So it's pretty obvious at that point, like, who is the bigger threat. So I just decided to go for sorcerer instead. Also, I hate sorcerers way more than rogues. So, a little bit of class bias there as well. Just a little bit, though. I 'Cause 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 ' Hammer Super Armor gives you 35% reduction. Yeah, I've noticed the hammer is really, really good for reduction. Class names are getting ridiculous? What do you mean? I don't understand. Yeah, I basically had an option, ma'am. I could either kill you, and I probably could have I probably could have, and then I would have had to have fought a full energy sorcerer with God knows how much stamina I would have lost. Or I could just ignore you, and then just go and fight the sorcerer who is like obviously currently kind of low on energy. Who is a very like sorcerer is always a tough matchup. I mean they do a lot of damage, so it just made sense. Go for the guy in the full gear, right? Makes way more sense to me at least. It worked out. No regrets. Did you sell your green armor? Uh that question is only answerable depending on what your current gear or like what your bankroll is. If you're at the point where you have enough money to buy blues, yeah, you should probably swap your greens for blues, I would say. That kind of makes sense. You do have it, then I would say yeah. I would definitely say yes at that point. You finish max level statue. You have max level statue and you're still in greens? I think you have a gear hoarding problem. You should have been in blues forever ago, if that's the case. Max level statue is bugged anyway. It doesn't even heal you for more. The max heal you can get is like 60%. Yeah, you should have been rocking blues a long time ago, at least. You were hoarding items because you were leveling different classes. Well, that's fair. I did the same thing. When I was leveling up, I didn't really use much gear. Because I got every class to 15. No, I don't blame you. I don't think it's really sad that the beta's closing, to be honest with you. I think the game's beta is long overdue. I think it should have closed. Quite frankly, the game probably should have closed already at this point. The only reason I'm even still playing it is because I'm waiting for Legacy to come out. So I can try out that beta. Or the, whatever you call it, the season. Are there any games similar that's not Legacy or Dad? Midnight Walkers is probably the answer you're looking for. Yeah, Midnight Walkers is probably what you're looking for. Well, ma'am, at this point, it's end of beta, so you might as well just use your stuff. I mean, it's not coming with you, so you might as well just use the gear, you know? But yeah, Mur, outside of Midnight Walkers, I don't really know any other games to give you. Oh, you know what? Vault Breakers, I guess, would be another one that you could consider. Although I haven't played Vault Breakers since the first beta. That was like months ago, but... Unless you want to talk about Dungeon Stalkers. If that game's even still being worked on. That's the Dark and Darker with Cake game. That I played like a year ago. As far as I know, it's still being worked on at least. Crazy that a full charge Skullbreaker costs less energy than dodging. It is a little funny how little energy cost that is. I mean, there's definitely balancing that needs to be done for this game. This game is far from perfect. It's fun, but it's not. I mean, if this game really wants to compete in the space alongside like Dark and Darker, they got a lot of work. Oh, you already did it. Oh, that's... Just throwing knife him to death, I guess. It's like... I don't know exactly where it's from. Hey, Elk. How long how long have you been learning to play like this? You're playing you've only played 20 hours. I put over 100 hours into this beta at this point. Quite a lot. I'm nearing the point where, first of all, that seer is not a thing. Let's not call the half purple gear, you know, seer a Timmy. I don't think so. He also killed boss. Um, but yeah, I've kind of put so much time into this game at this point. I'm just kind of playing for stream. I'm not going to be playing for much longer, because I have plans to play some other games that are coming out pretty soon. But yeah, I've put it's over 100, I think, at this point. Matchmaking time is usually either 2 minutes or less, somewhere around there. Yeah, throwing knives are deceptively good. I don't know if everybody realizes quite how good they are. They are fully capable of killing somebody from 100 to 0. They kind of stagger you too. So if you hit your shots and hit the head, they are very scary to fight. Jack Isaac. Oh, I'm glad the game tells you if you haven't drinking yet, because there is a lot of games that I would forget. Are there any games that I'm not thinking of as far as the extraction genre goes that anybody is looking forward to? Right now, I know Midnight Walkers is June. Vault Breakers is sometime after that. I don't really know a whole lot of other games that are coming out at the moment. I thought maybe there's some kind of hidden gem that I'm not aware of, but I can't think of anything else at least. Night Rain? I'm not sure if I've heard of Night Rain before. Is Night Rain a extraction game? Like, you know, similar to Dad? Because that's not really something I'm familiar with. That's true. We do have the update on Legacy, but I'm kind of holding off on optimism here until I see the player count increase. Yeah, we need to see some serious player numbers for Legacy to be, you know, back on my list of games that I'm hoping to play. Well, at least as far as, like, stream and stuff goes. What's my best game so far? Well, it's kind of an unfair question, because Dad has been out for years, and a lot of the other games have been in, like, just betas, for the most part. So it's, like, it's hard to answer that question objectively, because the amount of time that I've had to, like, you know, for Dad to improve has been way longer than games like Mistfall, that have only had 2 betas. I will say, as far as early access or, like, betas go, Misfall was pretty impressive to me, at least for what they've done so far. Legacy, Steel and Sorcery was hot in the beginning, but it's in early access. Well, I liked the game. Just to be clear, I enjoyed, Legacy. But, you know, it needs player count in order to have any longevity, you know. You can't have a PvP game that doesn't have players. Unfortunately, the genre just doesn't work. Now, you know, that said, you know, if Legacy was a PvE game or something, it wouldn't really matter. Because, you know, you could play it basically no matter what the player count was. But, you know, it is a PvP game, so it has that requirement of needing players to make it work. Oh, it's Elden Ring? Night Rain? Yeah, but that's just like a Dark Souls DLC. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Dark Souls, but it's not an extraction game, so I don't know if I quite put that in the same category. What the heck? Is he above me? He must be above me or something. It's not DLC. You go in a group of 3, kill mobs till a boss shows up, and there will be PvP. Oh, really? I thought I heard that, you know what? Now that you mention it, I think I heard about Elden Ring's new DLC, but I thought that was PvE only. I didn't know there was PvP in that. Maybe I, misheard. Because a friend of mine, I think, was telling me about that, but he said he was looking forward to it. Because he doesn't, like, play PvP games, so I think he was playing it for PvE. Are you sure that has PvP? Because from what I've heard, it's more of a PvE thing, unless I'm mistaken. It's possible I'm mistaken. I mean, I didn't look it up myself, so... Keep checking the charts. Like Marauders, you like the game, but the player count is like 10. Yeah, well, that's really Legacy's biggest issue. For one of them, at least. It's very, very bad. Game can be as good or bad as you want it. If it doesn't have players, it does not. Full extraction, but there's gonna be PvP. Yeah, I might have, I might have just misheard Twitter or something about it. Definitely post something. You double check Night Rain, it's PvE 3-player co-op. Okay, so it's just PvE then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Night Rain does not have plans for PvE. Not in anywhere near capacity that these games have. Doesn't make it bad, it's just not the same genre. Well, you know, I keep hearing that Legacy's gonna do all this advertising, but I haven't seen any advertising yet. Has anybody here seen any advertising for Legacy Steel and Sorcery on, like, YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or, I don't know, Google, anywhere, really? I haven't seen anything about the new season at all. Except for, like, a few YouTube videos that they posted, but that's not really advertising, that's just, like, a YouTube video that they made. Not really quite the capacity I was thinking of. They want to make sure the patch is good first. Oh, well, it's gotta be good. I mean, the game is, like, the game is kind of donezo if it's bad. I mean, they spent 4 months working on a patch. If the patch is, like, not good, then I don't really know. I'm not really, like, it has to be good on, like, it has to be good on launch, you know? I'm not, like, trying to put Legacy down or anything. I'm just, like, if they want to have a good player base, like, it needs to be, like, fully functional on launch. I mean, if it's not, the player base is gonna go down to 50 players, and then what are we gonna say? Oh, we just gotta wait for the next update, so we wait another 4 months? I mean, I guess, if they keep working on it, I guess it's technically still possible, but... I mean, I like Legacy's gameplay. That's not the issue. I enjoy the game. 30 and 50 players? Well, that's why I said that if this update is bad, then, like, the game is probably just done, though. Well, I don't think you want to advertise a game like Legacy after launch. Because you want people to be joining when the season is new, and everybody's kind of on the, you know, on the same boat. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just giving my own personal thoughts. You don't have to agree with me or not. I'm just saying what I'm thinking. That's all. You heard Legacy's new content is buggy? How did you hear about that? I mean, the content's not out yet, right? Oh, yeah, I'm part of the internal testers, but I haven't really played it at all yet to really say anything about what they're doing. I'm also, technically it's under NDA as well, so even if I knew anything, I really couldn't say it regardless, but I really haven't played it, like, at all, so I can't really give much. I'm not really planning to play the Legacy internal test until I'm allowed to stream it. Because what's the point? You want to see my OG reaction? No way. No way. Where are you going? Okay. Well, Mr. X, I'm not gonna wait till the 14th. If they open up streaming the playtest server, I'm gonna playtest it on stream. I'm gonna oh, that Grog left, by the way. I'm gonna be real with you. If the game is not like, if it's not ready to release 4 days before, you know, if it's that bad in like a buggy state where you're allowed to stream it, then it's probably not gonna be very good on launch either. Just saying. But yeah, I've played very, very little of the playtests. Like, I literally played, like, 1 match. Just to see what Wizard was, and that's it. So, Dersey, out of curiosity, what does the friend of yours not like about the internal test? Because I'll only talk about stuff that you mentioned first. If it's something I even know about, which I probably won't. Because I don't really know much about it yet. I haven't really taken the time. Just heard a lot of it's really buggy. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely not a great sign if that's really the case. Playtest ends in a week, Raphael. Yeah, May 15th is the last day for this. Honestly, the saddest thing about hearing that is that I might have to go back to Dark and Darker. Because I'm pretty much, like, getting to the point of being done playing this game. The only reason I'm even still playing it is because I know Legacy's coming out soon for me to stream it. But, I mean, if Legacy is not good on launch, then I kind of have to play Dark and Darker at least until June. Because I don't really have anything else I want to stream. What was Legacy not buggy? I don't know. I don't really know. I stopped playing Legacy 2 months ago. I really have no idea. You like the game? Legacy? I mean, I like Legacy too. I liked it when I used to play it. I gave it compliments for liking the gameplay. We do need more fantasy extractors, because Dark and Darker has no competition. There's no one out here that can really compete with that. It sucks. I'm so tired of seeing every single game that even remotely competes with Dad just being in, like, a perpetual beta or early access that doesn't come out. It's annoying. Like, every single game that is trying to compete with Dad is just in some kind of beta or early access with no players. I mean, or it died. Take your pick. It sucks. Is it so much to ask for to just have a playable game? I guess so. More tedious additions to crafting. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know how Legacy could be any more tedious than it already was. Because Legacy was already the most insane grindy game I've ever seen in my life as far as like a non-mobile game goes. Like that game really took the cake on being just like mobile game levels of grindy. So if it's somehow more grindy, then that is insane. I don't know how you make it more grindy than it already. I don't know how could you do that. You could play like 80 hours and see like one purple. Like the loot didn't really exist. The amount of grinding was already insane. I guess he has one viewer. Dude, there's 30 players. I'm not exaggerating the player count. I'm not like making this up. I'm not just randomly saying that Legacy's like yeah. You know, I'm not trying to be mean on Legacy. I'm not trying to like put the devs down. Like you know, this update has to be big. This update is very, very important for Legacy's future. If it's like, if the update doesn't do what it needs to do, I don't know. The devs better have some serious backing if they want to keep, you know, making content with no players. Timers to refine ore and scraps. Timers. That is the... You have to be kidding me. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. What is it, a mobile? That sounds like a mobile game. I'm just saying, like, that's definitely mobile game-esque, right? What even is this? I am aware of the not taking potions on your on yourself. I was actually I've been against that change since 2 months ago when the devs first made announcements about it. And I spoke out against it, and I guess they just did it anyway. I've been pretty clear that I think that's a bad change for a long time now. I just never talked about it because I quit Legacy anyway, so I didn't feel like it was worth it. The problem isn't the healing X. The problem is there's too many different types of potions that will never see the light of day if you limit the potion count. If you have, let's say you have 4 potion slots at endgame with the blue tool belt, how are you supposed to carry like a potion for jumping? Or a potion for like, how are you supposed to take minor potions? How? Because you're gonna have to take the best in slot potions that are gonna be based on like healing and anything else that's like meta required. Any fun potion will be unusable because you're not gonna have enough spaces for it. That's the bigger issue. I made that point a long time ago. But I'm gonna play once the beta's over. I'm gonna try the Legacy Soul and Sorcery update that's coming in a few days. Outside of that, I don't really have an answer for you. Outside of just playing Dad for like a week or two while I wait for Midnight Walkers to come out. Right now, I'm just waiting for Midnight Walkers, to be real with you. Like, Midnight Walkers really interest me because I love zombies. So. Beta is over on May 15th. Rate this game 1 out of 10. I think 7 out of 10 is a very fair opinion of this game. And I'm rating that based on it being a beta, not rating it as a full game. 7 out of 10 I think is a very fair average. I don't want to aggro the frickin' mob. That warrior just got skill diff like crazy. That was all skill diff, baby. I even got hit by a mob. The mob even tried to save him there. Did Midnight Walker's playtest just end? It was recent, yeah. It comes back in June. The Steam Next Fest in June is when the game is supposed to come back. Did they say anything about other maps for Mistfall Hunter? They didn't say anything about it, but it's pretty obvious that we need more maps, I would say. I've been getting pretty decent, I think, at doing the Sword and Shield 1v1s for Merc. I'm not, like, the best, but I think I'm getting, like, pretty decent at it. That guy got kind of work. It was pretty crazy. No. Midnight Walkers is in June. The zombie game. Not Misfall. I think right now, we need some kind of down portals. Like, we need endgame content, like something else to do. That's the big thing that I think we really should have that work. This mob, please get off of me. Holy shit, like these mobs are just on my freaking ass. Like, get off of me, please. I don't even care about his loot, I just want to leave. Mom must have hit me 18 times. Jesus Christ, man. Even, like, this loot isn't even worth taking. I just wanted to leave. Game doesn't have much to do. You get max level in blues after less than a week and you're basically experience everything. I agree with you, except you get max level in purples after less than a week. And then you're done everything. It's same difference, but like getting end game gear, like purples, is super easy in this game. There is no end game content at the moment. I don't think Mistfall Hunter can release in a state that will keep player count. At the moment, it needs content, or this game will not survive. And I stand by that statement. It cannot release right now until it's ready, and it's not ready right now. I don't want them, as much as I want to play this game in a full capacity, I can recognize that it's not ready. So. Was that you, rest in peace? GG if it was. Yeah, Sasha, I said that there should be a down portal, kind of like Dad and DB had. I would say that, like, the bells, you could have red bells and blue bells, and the red bells would go down into maybe, like, some kind of hell. Like, there's so much graphically that you could do, because it's pretty obvious that this game's artwork, or, like, the gameplay is it feels like Souls, right? And there's definitely so much they could do in terms of making a environment that looks good in terms of like higher end game content. That's what's really missing. Part of it, at least. We need something for late game, and right now we have nothing. Definitely a big part of it. You have a matchup question? How do you deal with that stunning ranger as fighter? You just need to not get stunned. You gotta use your block to make sure you don't get stunned. That fight would have been over way quicker if I didn't have a mob hit me like 8 times in that matchup. Well, learning class versus class matchups is not, like, real endgame. Like, sure, it gives you something to do, but there is currently no real endgame. There's no chase items, you know, there's no artifacts. There's very limited legendaries, none of which, by the way, are achievable in solos. So as a solo, there is 0 chase, because the best you can get is purples from boss, and purples are everywhere. So you don't have to kill boss for purples. You can get them from chests. You can just farm legendaries from treasure chests to just buy your own purples. You don't have to do boss. There's no real reason to. There's no end game. There's no like higher tier maps. So, you know, like the mobs don't get any harder. They only get easier. So the later game you get, the easier the game becomes. And eventually, like, I'm at the point where the mobs have no real threat anymore. They used to, but they don't anymore. And there's nowhere else for me to go to have a harder challenge, which is bad. Like, we need something here. We need some kind of challenge that you know, something. Doesn't make the game bad. It just means the game is not finished, and it shows because it's a beta, you know. Needs more work, and I don't think they should release it yet. They need to wait. Disappointing, I am disappointed in that. I mean, just enchanting wouldn't really be enough. Like, we need... I don't know. There needs to be more, you know? There needs to be endgame gear, and right now there is no endgame gear to even strive for. It's a gear-based game with some of the most boring loot in the world. Because you get, like, once you get, like, purples, it's like, okay, well, you just grab some more affixes and that's it. There's no special weapons, there's no special armor, there's nothing unique that you can use, right? Like, the gameplay is fun, but the loot is not, like, there's never a point where I'm like, oh my god, I just got that art, like, I just found that piece of loot. There's no loot that has any kind of, like, crazy drive, like, you know, Dark and Darker does, as an example. I have information about servers. I don't have any info, man. The devs haven't given me anything. No info here. Sorry. Thanks, Grindcore. I cut my hair like 2 days ago. It was about time. It's getting hot outside. Getting tired of walking outside and having too much hair. I prefer short hair anyway. I don't cut it as much in the winter, but once it gets summer or close like the hot weather, I'd like to just try to keep it cut as much as I can. The base PvP in this game is very enjoyable. That's why I'm still playing it. Yeah, I mean, everything I'm saying is not to diss Mistfall. It's, you know, it's more so to just kind of discuss the fact that, like, yeah, like, the game is very much still in beta, and I don't think it should release yet. Because I've seen some people say, oh, just release the game, but no, like, I don't think it's ready. Releasing the game right now in the current state would be a huge mistake. And I think the devs know it, because they already talked about doing more playtests, not even EA, so I think the devs know that, like, they still need work that needs to be done, which is good. You know, acknowledging that the game is not ready to release is, you know, is good to hear. Because the last thing you want is for this game to release with, you know, no content and then just die because everyone just gets bored and stops. Well, obviously worse games than this have released. I mean, you can say that, sure, but does that mean that you should release it just because it's not the worst game? I mean, I don't know. I think you want to be better than competition, right? So, you know, I would say give it more time for it to be a complete game when it officially does. That is the best thing that they could do. Yeah, that pretty much answers that question, Jerry, that Mr. X just put in. I like the game, but there's not enough players to play it, because it's a PvP game with no players. You need people for a PvP game to work. I think everyone can probably agree on that. And, you know, that said, I'm still going to try Legacy's update for myself and objectively give my own opinion on how I think the game is doing. You know? And if by some miracle, the May update releases and Legacy has at least a couple thousand players, which I don't even think is that high of an expectation considering it's a PvP game. Like, it really should have at least a few thousand players playing, which just goes to show how bad of a state it currently is. You know, if we can get to that point, then yeah, like I'll probably play some Legacy at least for like the first few weeks of Wipe until Midnight Walkers comes out. But the devs have to show me that they're that they know what they're doing. No. There's a rogue and a sorcerer. I'm gonna go this way. I don't want to get third partied. Oh, he's just in praise. Alright, I just... That doesn't really count. He shouldn't even be in my lobby anyway. That's more of a matchmaking fault than anything else. At least it looks like Grays. If it's not Grays, then I'm just wrong, but... Yeah, he should not be in my lobby. Expedition in the Darkness, I played that a few months ago. Or maybe it was just last month. I played it recently. Yes, I'm aware of the game. Yeah, I thought the sorcerer was down here, so I pre-potted. Yeah, good luck getting away from the throwing knives, buddy. Yeah, good luck. I knew he was close, I just didn't know exactly where he was. The throwing knives are so good in this game. They're so good. I'm not sure if they're too good or not, but they're definitely strong. Expedition was super clunky, though. Honestly, the UI of Expedition was pretty bad. Like, the gameplay was okay, but it was very short, and, like, the UI is gonna really hurt that game if it doesn't get cleaned up. Yeah, it's very, very, very alpha, indeed. You kind of have, I don't think you can put a cooldown on throwing knives, though. Because if you don't, or if you put a cooldown on them, then mercenaries physically cannot kill you if you're sitting on a ladder. There's no counterplay. Like, unless you have to change the ladder mechanic, otherwise throwing knives would be, like, the game will actually be insanely stupid. If you've ever fought somebody without throwing knives that just camps ladders all game, you'd understand what I'm talking about. It's so dumb. Now, if we wanna balance ladders, then we can talk about it. I heard another player. I'm just gonna walk away from him for a minute. I thought I heard another player at least. I did. Hey, I could just sit here and just wait. Be the third party. I knew I heard somebody. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Without throwing knives, I would actually, like, it would be so obnoxious trying to, But I'm definitely down for rebalancing ladders, though. Ladders are really dumb in this game, so... Oh, the circle's moving, right? Or no, it's not. I don't think it is yet. No, it is. I can't move that body. Oh, he just appeared out of nowhere. Okay, never. Yeah, ladders are probably just as bad, if not worse, than Souls games are. It's probably worse because this is a full loot game. Yeah, it's really frustrating. Yeah, I don't feel bad for the ranger hoarding bells. Bro had 2 of them, so I don't really feel too bad about that. Now, I will say, if I had the choice between either nerfing throwing knives or fixing ladders in the current state, I would choose fixing ladders because I don't think having an item be required because of a broken mechanic, which is what ladders really are. I don't think that necessarily is a good thing. So if they want to fix the ladders, I would be a little bit less against changing throwing knives. But we'll have to see if the devs do anything between now and the next playtest. No. When rogues are in stealth, you can hear a heartbeat on your screen. So you know when rogues are nearby. It's pretty obvious. I don't think the light attack while climbing would matter. The problem is when you get to the top of the ladder anyway, it takes like 4 seconds to compose yourself, and by that point, classes will probably burst you down to half health or less. The amount of time it takes you to climb a ladder is insanely slow. So all someone has to do is camp at the top of a ladder, and they have a free kill on you. The only way heartbeat doesn't happen if they're sitting still is if they have a talent for it. And if the rogue is using a talent for that, they're probably not good enough to be a threat anyway. Because that is a complete waste of a talent point. So, just assume you're always going to hear a heartbeat. I have never seen a single geared rogue player running a perk that made them have no heartbeat. Because realistically, what are the odds that you're going to be able to catch somebody while not moving? It's really tough. knives auto-refilled? I don't know if that's quite true. There's a lot of gap closers in this game. Also, classes like Sorcerer, for example, do so much damage that Sorcerer should be out DPSing a throwing knife. And I'm just saying, like, Sorcerer's DPS is... I'm not sure if I'm entirely convinced that, you know, throwing knives are currently much of a problem, but that could definitely change with balance changes. You know, it only takes one balance patch for that opinion. You know, like, for example, if Sorcerer's, like, DPS got, then I might not feel the same way. Oh, oops. That wasn't, yeah. I didn't know. I thought it was on that floor, not the upper floor. That was a lot of damage I just took. I'm just gonna go back up top while I wait to heal. Do throwing knives scale? I'm pretty sure they do. As far as I know, they do, yeah. I pop my stoic too, which really sucks. Sucks unless I can get it to go back on cooldown, but that guy is very close. Thrusters are balanced? Probably not. I think they do too much damage. They feel like they're way too bursty. Red. Because when it turns red, you can do the charge attack. Alright, I'm ready. I don't have stoic, but it's a ranger issue. I think I can show my ad fixes right now. Running 6 bulwark and then 5 for... I mean, you can just see them. These are what I'm wearing right now. Good enough that I'm more geared than probably like 95% of the solo matches I play. Okay, cancel first. Mercenary, my favorite class? Well, my favorite classes are typically melee classes. So, between this and Rogue are probably some of my favorite. Although I think Merc is probably more entertaining. Like, in general, unless a range class is OP, I will levitate towards it. Or just to play it, you know, to learn how the class plays, which is why I played every class before. I usually will play all classes and then levitate towards one for most of my gameplay. But yes, as far as I can tell, your throwing knives do more damage based on your gear, yes. Because if I was naked, I wouldn't be doing this much throwing knife damage. You could probably make a throwing knife build just for fun if you really wanted to. Yup, he heard it too. Yup, yeah, he heard it too. Okay, at least he's a smart. At least he's smart. Yeah, he knows that. Yeah, there was a road here. There's a road nearby. We both heard the heartbeat. You can usually tell if a player is good or not if they stop attacking when the heartbeat comes up. Because if we just keep fighting there, we'll just both end up dying from the third party anyway. So. Do they nerf 100% block? No. I don't think it's nearly as OP as people have been crying about either. You lose stamina every time you block. It's really, really easy for sorcerers to outstam you and then you just die anyway. Just as an example. Feels like every time I make a build, people just latch onto it and call it OP. Basically, every time I've streamed and made a new build for a class, people have said it was broken. Every class I play, no matter what it is. I mean, heck, when I played Rogue, everyone said that shit was broken. Or Sorcerer. Hell, even when I played Seer, people were in my chat saying that it was broken. Everything is broken, so... If everything's broken, then nothing is. How does Ranger's Hemorrhage work? If you move, you lose HP. You have to not move when you get hit by it. That's the big thing. Lich kills like 99% of the lobby for free. I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm sure he'll be okay. I'm sure Lich will be just... Thank you, I, for showing me where he is. I is pretty good sometimes. I don't know, man. I've kind of learned to just not trust whenever people start saying that things are OP, because people just complain too much about stuff that is or is not broken. I mean, I don't know, I feel like it happens a lot. It feels like everything is just always OP to people, so, I don't know. Just gets old after a while, just hearing every single class I play being broken. I mean, it's every class, man. It doesn't matter what I play, it's like something is always broken, so. I don't know. The effect of it, the effect of hearing it after a while, like, I get desensitized to it, you know? Did I not hear it before all the time when I was a streamer? Oh, of course I did. Yeah, I've very much frequented. I've been playing PvP games for 20 years. There's always something that's broken. Always. Whether it's a gun in a shooter game, a class in a hero-based game, a perk or a skill in a game like this. Like, there's always something that people will say that is broken, right? There's always something, right? I don't think that has really changed. But as a streamer, I get the luxury of hearing people bitch about it constantly when I'm playing any class in the game. It's not like I've been playing one class since launch, and I've only played like 1 or 2 builds. I have played every class in low gear and high gear with multiple builds, almost per class. And every single class I've played on stream, I've had people say that it's broken. So either everything is broken, or people just like to complain when they die to stuff. I don't know, man. It's hard to take seriously when I hear it every single day, no matter what I play. Also, there is not a single person that I ever encountered in this game running this build that at least that I know of, until I made the build myself. I mean, even Kessin wasn't running this build. And I considered him one of the better mercenary players. And a lot of the other mercenaries play, they play hammer. They don't even play shield. So, like what, I make a build that works pretty well, and then all of a sudden everybody just says it's OP and it's broken. Like, okay, I guess. Even though nobody was playing it before I started playing it, but sure. You know, go off, I guess. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm okay. I guess. Well, Ranger was not weakest before the recent patch, but it's because they nerfed a few things from Ranger. Ranger is probably weakest, but it's not weak. They have the ability to one-shot you. Or one-shot combo you. If you hit, as a Ranger, if you hit the barb shot, and then if you hit the barbed and the bleed shot together, so they can't move and then they take more damage, you can actually one-shot combo them at that point. And then if you knock them back and stun them, they're basically guaranteed dead, no matter what their gear is if you have enough damage. So it's not that Ranger is weak, it's just it kind of requires a weird combo that probably is a bad sign for a class, but that's how you have to play in order for it to be good. That's more of a balance issue than anything else, though. So is Ranger weakest? Probably. Is it weak? No, because you can one-shot people. Or at least one-shot combo people. The only reason I don't get one-shot comboed is because the shield blocks it. Every other class in the game can get comboed. Who's that? Merc? The blue Merc, right? But I would prefer to fight this guy. Yeah, I was gonna say that should be game, right? Good game. Why don't you do boss? Because it's not worth it. It drops like 1 or 2 purples, and I have a stash and a half of purples. What's the point? I mentioned it earlier, like, there's no chase of doing boss in solos. I have more money and items than I could ever need. Doing boss gives me nothing. Unfortunately. This kind of is what it is. I also can't stand getting third-partied because I'm doing boss. I don't mind doing bosses on range classes, but doing it on melee and then taking too long is really obnoxious. Alex, was that you? If it was, GG. Well, yeah, it's just the loot's not worth it, guys. I literally have a stash and a half of purples. What the hell do I need boss purples for? What do I need them for? They're not... There's no drive... If I could get legendaries from them, sure. I would probably do boss. But there's no legendaries. So, you know, it's just a waste of time. And it's fine for now. I mean, I just won't do it, but it's one of the things that I've said I think needs to change for Please. You know, it does get a little boring knowing that there's like no real incentive for me to like do endgame content. You know? People don't realize how much loot and gear I have. You're probably right. I have an absurd amount of stuff, man. I have like 130k and enough gear to last me for ages. I mean, I just don't need anything. But why am I killing the boss? What is the purpose? It has no loot that I can use. I don't need more purples. There's no loot the boss can drop that does anything for me. Like again, if there was a chance for legendaries or something, sure, because I could use like legendary chances, but I don't need purples, man. I'm not even selling my purples anymore because the playtest is almost over. And I'm not even like there's not even a point in making more gold at this point. I'm just playing for fun. Also, the odds of me having more PvP is significantly higher than just sitting there fighting boss for like 1 purple. You don't need to do boss for PvP. All you have to do is go around the boss area and then like comb like popular spots. I get plenty of PvP. I mean, you can see my games. I don't even understand what the argument is. I need to spend 3 minutes to kill boss for 2 purples to have PvP. And I just don't think that's true. I would actually argue that pathing towards the legendary chests in general will net you more gold and more money than doing boss. I would rather loot the legendary treasure chest and get a legendary item that sells for 5k than get a random purple. Because a random purple is probably going to sell between 750 to 2k. And then the legendary I can sell to buy myself either a really good purple that is probably way better than the average purple that drops, Or I can buy multiple purples. And if I don't rush for the legendary chest, this is if I'm trying to make money. If I'm not rushing the chest, then some rat probably takes it and then leaves. It happens all the time. Because people realized how good those legendary chests are. You know? I'm just saying, right now, it's, like, barely worth fighting boss until, like, something gets buffed. Boss loot is very, very sad right now. If I didn't have so many purples, I might have a different opinion, but... Like, I mean, look at, like, look at this, man. I mean, I'm not, like, exaggerating. What am I gonna do with all this? I have, like, a stash and a half of purple gear. And I have 130k just chilling. Like, what am I... What am I gonna do with all this? I'm gonna restart my game, by the way. I'll be right back. You get better loot from gold chests? Yes. Golden chest has better loot than solo boss. Because solo boss, on average, gives you 2 random purples. And golden chest, on average, gives you the legendary that sells for 5k. It's also way quicker to grab the legendary chest than it is to fight boss. Hey, you kill like 3 trash mobs that take 2 seconds to kill, and then get a legendary for 5k. Or you kill boss, and then you get like 1 purple, maybe 2, and then you make maybe like 2k, maybe 3. And the reward is very lopsided at the moment for bossing in solo. It's because for some reason you don't get legendaries from boss. Like, give me a legendary, and maybe I'll actually do it. But there's no legendary gear. And sure, I would do it for legendary, you know, necklaces and rings too, but they don't drop. So. The big money's only in trio. Yeah, so if you open up your map and look at the map, you can see the chests. So when I play solo, I look for the golden chest. Because these are what usually have the legendaries in them. The small ones can too. So if I was playing and I needed money, I would probably go for those as well. But typically when I open the map, either A, I rush for the golden chest as quick as possible. Because that has the highest chance for the 5k items. Or you can just rush to the ogre, like the mini boss spawn. That dies faster and usually drops a guaranteed purple. And then you can just go kill the guy that decided to kill boss for you. I agree. Having the quote-unquote best... Oh, you know what else? That's not the only thing for trios that's, like, obviously better. There is a large treasure. If you look on the map, you see how there's a large treasure and a medium treasure icon? The large treasure does not exist in solos. It only exists in trios. GG, that was close. I know, that mage was being obnoxious, for sure. Oh. Oh, wow, look at this guy's loot. Alright, there you go. No boss required. That's a really, really good warrior fighter kit. Whatever you want to call it. Mercenary kit. That is a super good kit. Alrighty. Wait, Locust, that was you? Oh, GG, man. You had that was a good kit you have on you. Or a decent kit, at least. Going back to Dad? Not anytime soon, unless I literally have nothing else to play. If Legacy's update sucks, then I'll probably go back to Dad for a little bit. But right now, I'm really just not feeling that game at all. Not really. Oh, you were, yeah, Locust, you had Whirling Cut, right? I don't think Whirling Cut is very good, personally. Props to you for trying it, but yeah, it's really not that great. I think I'm kind of with you there. Yeah, if he had come back from, like, out-stamming, that would have been pretty crazy. I kept getting stun hits, so I couldn't, like, hit him. Thank God for the throwing knife. Alright, well, I'm ready for a bell. Not that it really matters, but, you know, I'll still take the extra warrior kit. I wish they just called the classes like what you would normally think a class would be called. Could we not call the rogue Shadow Strix, please? Can we not call Ranger like Black Hero or something? Could we just call them like what would normally be, what you would normally think of, you know? Call it a rogue, you know? That's what I think, at least. I hate these weird names this game has. I don't understand it. Oh, that's my cue. Time to leave. Come on. Out of the... Shadow Strix is such a just beauty name. It's so bad. Like, could we please not call Rogue Shadow Strix, please? I don't care how long this game is out for, unless it gets super popular and everybody just knows Shadow Strix's name. Like, if I'm trying to make, like, a YouTube thumbnail, literally no one is gonna even know what Shadow Strix is. Unless they've played quite a bit of the game. Like, a new viewer is gonna go like, what the hell is just Shadow Strix? Like, everybody knows what Rogue is, but no one knows what Shadow Strix is, so. Just my own 2 cents, though. Like, Mercenary is not that bad. Like, I'm okay with Mercenary, I'm okay with Sorcerer, I'm okay with Seer. Like, those are reasonable names. It's really the rogue and the and like the ranger. Those are the ones that are like super weird. I'm sure I'm not the only one here who feels that way for these character names. I'm assuming at least. You don't think Black Arrow is bad? I mean, I guess it has arrow in the name, so I guess it's not terrible. Maybe Shadow Strix is the big loser. Maybe it's just Shadow Strix being so bad that it just makes me just dislike the weird names in general. Maybe that's it. Hey, Mito. Yeah, the game's gonna be down on May 15th, so we got about a week. I won't be playing it for the whole week. I'll just be playing it for probably like the next maybe day or two, and then I'm gonna try out the Legacy update. Yeah, I mean, I guess Black Arrow, like, it sounds like a ranger class, so I can kind of see it. Shadow Strix, yeah, could be anything, probably. Yeah, whenever I say Legacy, I'm talking about Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. Honestly, Legacy's game name is kind of, I think it's too long. I'm not really sure what would be a better name for that game, but I don't really know anybody who's ever referred to that game as Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. Like, that's such a long, you know. When I think of a game name, I think of something that's supposed to be, like, kind of short and catchy, you know? I think, so I just call it Legacy. It just makes it easier. That's why I usually don't use the full name. That's all. Well, you know what's funny, Seki? I have a mercenary kit that has legendary rings on my seer, and I was gonna swap my gear set after I died because I figured I would die, you know, early because I usually do when I start streaming. And just it's just been working. So yeah, if I die, then we'll swap to a better kit, but apparently I don't need it, at least for the time being. with my luck, if I swap to the better kit, I'll probably die instantly. So I feel like this kit has good luck attached to it. Mob aggro can be a little finicky, but it's still probably better than like Dark and Darkers, where the mob will stay perpetually aggro to you if you touch it once. But it's not perfect, but it's alright. Sometimes mobs are just on me for way longer than I would like, but usually it's not the worst. What do I play after the test ends? Right now, my eyes are on trying out the Legacy update. See if the devs have been cooking or not over the last few months. Because I liked Legacy on launch. I played it for like a month. If players come back and the game is kind of popping, then I'd be happy playing it for a few weeks. Because right now, I'm just in the waiting room for Midnight Walkers to come out. If Midnight Walkers is good, that would be really, really nice. Because I really liked that game. I thought it was a lot of fun. Where am I from? The servers... I always just say the servers are in my basement, because people mention my ping all the time. I don't really know exactly where the servers are, but I just got lucky, I guess, that the servers are in here. Either that or the ping is false, and my ping is not actually that low. Which is also a possibility. Because if I have 5 ping, then why do I have 3 bars and not 4? Maybe the ping is just a lie. Maybe. Dark and Darker has just been so boring, man. We haven't had any content, man. I know it's not just me feeling it. I know it's not. There's nothing to do in Dad, man. I've been waiting for content for what feels like so long. Like this update is it's just been such a nothing burger. It sucks. I'm just bored. I mean, you can see it in the player count. Like, people are dropping Dad pretty quick for, like, all things considered. It's dropping fast. I mean, it's not very fun right now. I'm still very disappointed in their freaking season pass shit, too. If people acted like I was overreacting, but... I mean, I wasn't. You know, when I made that video, like... expressing my dislike of that season pass. I was being serious. I really do dislike it. And it should be pretty obvious how much I disliked it by my complete lack of wanting to play that game. Damn, he actually got away from me. He was so low. Yeah, I feel the same way, Go Fly. I mean, anyone who supports a practice like that is just, I mean, it's whatever. You can do what you want with your money, but I will never support something like that, you know. Removing content from your game to re-release it in terms of a seasonal pass is, it's pretty cringy. I don't really know what else to even call it. Like, it's kind of embarrassing to even, like, I can't support that. I can't do it. I'm convinced that if Dad had any reasonable competitor that didn't just shoot themselves in the foot or wasn't in a perpetual beta state, that Dad would not have anywhere near the amount of players they have. But they have no competitors, so it works out really well for them by the time being, at least. Talk about the extra character slots. I'm talking about the marketplace slots and the coin bags and stuff, yeah. I made a video expressing my whatever you want to call it. The fact that I didn't particularly like that too much. I messed up. I actually had him like, really good there. I messed up so bad. He's gone now. Okay. GG. Items that say added attack percentage, does that impact spell damage for solo? I would assume it does. If it just is attack damage, probably. Yeah, I don't know. I was surprised at how many people were okay with the, like, the season pass being the way it was. Because I got a lot of pushback from people saying that I was overreacting by the, you know, by not liking the way they did it, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just... It just feels really bad having something like that in the game. I just really, really dislike that kind of stuff. I would speak out against any company, by the way, that does something like that. You know, it doesn't matter what game it is. If I play a game and then I watch that company remove content to resell it to you, like that's just crazy to me. I just find that crazy. I'm about to just vendor all this blue gear. I don't think there's any reason to keep it, and I have no interest in selling it at this point. No, it's a mission barbecue drink, not a, and it's not an actual mission barbecue drink. I just use, it's just a cup. I keep water in there. Enough about it. What do you rate the game? Oh, you mean Mistfall? I would rate it like a 7. I think 7 is fair. I mean, it's a beta, so anything higher than 7 or lower, I don't really think would be fair. The biggest weakness, it needs servers, it needs optimization, it needs endgame content, is a few things. What do I like? I really like the combat. I think the combat is, honestly, I think the combat is pretty good. It's also very high skill ceiling, too. You can really tell the difference when you're fighting somebody who knows what they're doing versus somebody who, like, doesn't, you know? It's a huge difference. I difficulty versus sorcerers? I can, yeah. Yeah, usually sorcerer fights are really close. Because a good sorcerer will know, will drain your energy. If you out stam against a sorcerer, they will 100 to 0 you. It's really, it's not an easy matchup. Not as easy as, people make it out to be. Sorcerer is quite scary to fight. Now, bad sorcerers are easy. You know, sorcerers that don't really know what they're doing are kind of a different story. But a good sorcerer that's also, like, well geared, yeah, they can be pretty tough. What was I doing before entering the room? Oh, you mean the charge? So, doing this charge ability gives you Indomitable Will stacks. And every Indomitable Will stack, up to 10, gives you 2% PDR. You can use it as a very quick way to give yourself 20% resistance, which is a lot in this game. It's probably busted, the fact that you can do it that way and you then lose no stamina. It's kind of silly. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they like touched it up a little bit. Didn't know that? Yeah, I didn't know that either for a while. I didn't learn till today how little stamina it takes to use. It's like basically a free button. It's like 2% of your stamina. It's super low. It's free. Greens and above are pretty much fair game to be in any lobbies with purple bird now. That's why you're in my lobby. Just how the matchmaking works. Shield dash was nice, but you missed shield slam. Shield slam is really inconsistent. It felt like it missed a lot. It's kind of nice when it dazes, but there were so many times it just felt like it didn't work. Kind of. Hey, Techers. GG, man. Good fight. That might be the first throwing axe I've seen. Wait, that's actually a really good slow. That's way slower than I thought it did. That's actually kind of nice. Wait, throwing axes actually slow so much. That's kind of nuts. It's a lot slower than I ever gave it credit for. I had no idea. That was like a 5-second slow. Okay. Yeah. I did run blue gear the other day to handicap myself, but at this point it's kind of just end of playtest. I felt like I might as well use my gear a bit. To be honest, I haven't died in so long, I'm kind of debating on just handicapping myself again and dropping gear. Because it does feel a little bit bad just, I don't know, murdering the lobbies. I've had some close fights against gear players, but definitely is more fun when I have closer fights, which I get a lot more of when I handicap myself. Also feels really good when I kill purple players in news. Never seen someone with more money than me. I think Lich probably had pretty good money. Although he wasted a lot of it on sorcery here, so I don't know if he does or not anymore. What I suggest to improve? I mean, I've kind of already shown. I showed 2 days ago that it's not a gear gap, it's a skill gap. I mean, I use blues to kill purples, and blues are very, very, very close in cost to greens. Like, exceptionally close in cost compared to blues, or compared to purples. Like a green is probably like 150, a blue is like 250, and then a purple's like 1,000 or 1,250. It's a very large jump. What is happening? What was that bug? What the hell was that shit? That's one way to die. That's a new one. I've never seen that bug before. Yeah, I'm just gonna let him go after that. Yeah, that was really bad for me. Well, I can agree on that, Raphael. Gray-geared players should probably never be in lobbies with anyone that's even remotely. Gray gear is like an entirely different issue. Because there's no affixes at all. I don't even know if a gray gear player can kill a purple player. Yeah, there's a very big difference between running like budget affix gear and running grays. I don't even think I could kill purples. It's like, you would have to third party them and get really lucky. Like, I guess it's technically possible, but it would be really hilariously hard. Shade, I would just sell those for max money. The max you can sell a purple is 10k. Honestly, those pants are so good that it's better to just use them if you play Sorcerer at all, because you can't even find pants like that on the market anymore. So either use them or sell them for 10k. One or the other. I wouldn't let it go for less than max. Those are all, like, good stats for Sorcerer. It's like perfect. This is just jealous of my skills. I get it. It happens. Fireball or lightning versus Merc, which is better? I'm not really sure. I've only ever played Lightning Sorcerer. I've never played Fireball. I don't really know what people are doing nowadays. Hard to say for certain. Maxed hollow days into hammer. The head is viable. Not exactly sure what you mean by that. Terminology. Oh, curse. I don't... Does that work? Does it stack? I'm not exactly sure how that stuff works together. Udis. I don't know. Oh, that was the guy that I fought earlier, right? I think so. I am excited to try out another... Well... Oh, I gotta... Give me a sec. Phone was dead. What was I saying? Oh, I am excited to try out Legacy's update. I just really hope I hope it's not disappointing. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, because I think at this point I've put like enough time into this game that I'm kind of ready to like play something else. I just don't really know what else I would play on stream. Because I prefer to play... Awesome. I can't take that. It's really good. Like, this is really good, but it's blue. Like, it's so good, it just doesn't matter. It feels like so bad leaving it, but... Oh my god. Why does this guy have the worst connection I've ever seen in my life? Where was... Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was. I threw a rock at him and Bro, this guy must have 8,000 ping or something, because that is... I don't know where my rock though went. That was some wild shit. My low ping must have collided with his high ping to make my rock disappear. Sure, man. Whatever. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. 5 mercs in a row. No, I just killed a rogue not too long ago. Killed a rogue, a sorcerer, not even close to 5 in a row. My chest let me down. Tough luck. This is the chest that usually has legendaries in it. Usually. Crazy how they cap prices on auction. Yeah, the price caps for gear is too low. That's why you can't find this on the marketplace, because no one wants to sell it, because it's not... You can't sell it for high enough to ever be worth selling. Like, best in slot purples are worth way more than 10k. I'd almost rather vendor them than give it to somebody for only 10k. Because then it means that I have to fight it in the dungeon later for only 10k. It's worth so much more. I don't know why they cap the prices so low. It's kind of silly. How many players enter solo? I don't think we were ever given a definitive answer. If I had to guess, it's probably like 5 or 6. think somebody's below me too. Water at this point, I think I've done all the sorcerer I'm probably gonna be playing. Oh, my weapon isn't coming out. I don't think I've ever even... I didn't even know a chest spawned over here. I've never seen those before. Actually learned something new. Yeah, he did do a lot of damage there. I don't know what his affixes are, but he actually did quite a lot. All blues, too. What's he running? Double roll. Double... I don't know. I don't know. He did way more than I expected. He does have a lot of valor, I guess, but Jesus. That's actually really good. Oh, I didn't know someone did boss. Oh well, it's fine. I was just so far down, I didn't feel like... I don't know. I felt like that was like fine. Just reset. Yeah, that whirling, I don't know if it was the whirling slash that did so much damage or what, but he hit me for a lot more than I expected. What's the point of bringing so many potions if you can make thousands off those blues? Oh. Well, I guess you gotta already know the answer, Rain. There are a pitiful amount of auction slots. I can't sell those blues even if I wanted to. I don't have the stash space or the auction house space. So there's no point in even grabbing them. I don't even grab it unless it's purple. That's probably part of why there's no blues on the marketplace too, because like players like me are just not grabbing them because it's not worth it. And then low gear players are using them, not bringing them out as frequently. A little bit of both, I would say. There's two different matchmaking queues, or there's supposed to be at least. There's supposed to be one for low gear players like grays, and then the rest is usually greens and above. It doesn't work all the time perfectly, but that's what it's supposed to do. It works, as it should. Are you just trolling, huh? Saying this game is like Dungeonborn because it has affixes, it's like saying that COD is like Fortnite because they both have guns. I'm gonna guess it's a troll comment. So, the way you worded it doesn't really sound like a legitimate sentence. Gray versus purple is basically impossible. Blue versus purple is 100% a skill thing. Green versus purple is questionable. But greens versus blue is so close in price it barely matters. You can get blues pretty quick. From what I've seen at least. Dude, this spot is so buggy. It's just this. I don't know what it is, but every time I go there, the map like glitches. Hopefully the devs are aware of that, so it can fix for next freeze. Greens can definitely kill purples. It just requires even more skill than pretty much. How about a new challenge in the final stretch? I mean, here's the thing. At this point, I feel like I should just be using my gear. I don't know. I have so many purples, I don't know. I feel like I'm supposed to be using these at least. We'll see. Maybe I'll try greens. We'll see. I feel like I already challenged myself though. But like, there's really no point in playing in greens in this game because blues are like the same price. I don't really know why you would even buy greens when you could pay a little bit more for blues. But I don't really know if there's even much point. Oh, you're fine, Rain. Don't worry about it. Does focus make you charge bow faster? I'm not entirely sure the answer to that. Beta ends on the 15th. That is not a door. This game is a lot more skill intensive than I think people give it credit for. I think people just die and see the other person has better gear and just immediately assume they died because of gear, not because they made a misplay. I would encourage you to objectively look at your gameplay and go, okay, like, did you actually lose to gear? You know, or did you maybe you could have played a little better? My guess is it could be both, but there's always something you can do better. I mean, no one's really perfect. It won't always be the case. Sometimes you will lose the gear. It happens. But, I mean, it's a gear-based game. It kind of makes sense. You know, you're not gonna win every single fight, but when I played blues, I was killing purples pretty consistently. Also, I'm just gonna say now, green can absolutely kill blue. Like, I don't think the gap, but I would actually argue the gap between blue and purple is probably bigger than green to blue. At least I think it is, from what I've seen. Dude, I think that's pretty, I would say that's... I think him outstamming himself there basically lost him that fight. When I played Seer, at least, every time I outstammed, I just usually died. The worst. Vision, this game has been extended way longer than it probably ever should have been. Like, the amount of content in this game can be done in a few days. I think this game is, like, long overstayed its welcome at this point. I think another week is more than generous. And the only reason they probably did it was so that way they could keep getting, like, additional testing for, you know, the stuff that they're working on. It's not the damage that matters. It's the stamina loss. Every time I get hit by a player, I lose stamina. If you watch Lich, you'll see that Seer just kills every other class in the game, what looks like for free. So, if Seer has one slightly hard matchup, then they're probably doing okay, I would say. Because, you know, when I played Seer and I killed people with the class, people also told me it looked OP. That's like, I do not feel bad for Seers when they die. Seers are extremely good. The fact that I'm playing a build that actually does well against them doesn't just make Seers, you know. Doesn't make me feel bad for them. Like, they'll be fine. Seer is way stronger than people want to give it credit for. That class is really, really strong. At least when you get good with it and you start getting, like, decent gear. It's definitely pretty gear dependent, but once you get the gear to play that class, it's pretty gross. You just fell to your death. You should grab Stoic then. Stoic will revive you if you die, if you fall. As long as it's not proc, it'll literally res you. Pretty good. Any other games like this I'd recommend? The only other game that I could possibly recommend is probably Midnight Walkers that comes out in June. Outside of that, there's really not a whole lot that would really, at least compared to this specifically. Legacy, Steel and Sorcery has an update in a few days that I'm gonna try out, but I don't really know if I would be okay saying that that's like a game I'd recommend because the player base is so low. If the game gets some serious player count, then, you know, maybe we can go back and talk about Legacy again. I just use Hammer Merc to proc my will. I haven't played it myself. It does seem very strong, though. Would you rather have a double-slotted double affix weapon or purple single slot? The blue double roll is probably better than a purple with single roll. Probably. Having an additional affix should give you more benefit than the difference between blue and purple. Midnight Walkers is fun. I don't know how people don't like that game. I mean, it had a decent player count, too. That game was, I would say that game was pretty fun, at least. I liked it. Just needs to fix their freaking quality of life issues they had from last playtest. But that's a few months different, so you know, we'll see when June comes around. In Midnight Walkers, I played the Assault class and I played the Rogue class primarily. I think both of those were very strong. Rogue was kind of insane because you did really high damage and you also had a gun. So it competed with Assaulter pretty well. And Assaulter just in general felt strong. Honestly, Rockrai, at this point, I think I'm done experimenting with builds. I'm kind of at the point where I'm just kind of playing just kind of for fun to use up my gear. Even though I was expecting to die at some point in stream. I'm sure I'll die eventually. But yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I'm also most likely going to be done with making videos too. For this game. The next video I make will probably be Legacy, unless that game is just not it. Then kind of move on from that. We'll go back to the drawing board. It's Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. Yeah, the reason I was kind of standoffish on recommending it is because the player base is so low. Like, I would never recommend the game right now because you would never find another player. And it's a PvP game, so you kind of need players. But there's an update coming soon, so maybe the player base will increase. I'll have to wait and see. If it does, that'd be pretty sick, because I liked it when it first released. Popping is a pretty optimistic word. We'll see. If I see like 3,000 to 5,000 players on launch, then we can then maybe we could use the word popping. Which we very well might. I don't know what their marketing is. I haven't really seen any, so. No, maybe later. I'll have to look up the game. I don't think I've even ever heard of that before. Where's the sub button? On Twitch? I'm not exactly sure. Somewhere on the main menu screen. Alright, I'll let you know, Noah. You know what would be the craziest shit? If Dungeon Stalker somehow ended up not being just completely lost. That would be the ultimate surprise. Because I am very, very, very pessimistic about that. But I know they're still working on it, so it would be funny if they end up actually making that game good. I doubt it, but last week. That's correct, Anton. After this week, the game will be gone for probably a few months, if I had to take a guess. The game's not ready for full release, man. It needs a lot of work still. It's a good thing it's going away. And then it'll come back when it's ready. Otherwise, you'll just have a game that's dead on launch, which is not something you want. I said there's gonna be another playtest for voice anyway. So yeah, no, I saw that. I don't think it will either. I said the other day, probably a few days ago, that this game is probably gonna be gone for like 3 or 4 months and then come out at the end of the year. Because right now it's set for 2025. If it still comes out this year, it's probably gonna be November or December. I don't see it being ready before then, personally. Like, maybe, but I doubt it. Because I mean, we can see how much work has been done over the last 4 months, and it's good, but it's a bait for him. Ah, he's already gone. He's not. Oh, that's a AI. Oops. But yeah, no, I think this game is fun, but unless you want this to end up being like Legacy, where the game releases too early and the player count doesn't support the game, like, you need to be patient and wait for it to be ready. Just, it needs more before you launch it. That's the worst thing that could happen, is a game like this releases too early and then it just gets obliterated, you know, bad reviews, and then the player base drops and then it can't recover. You know, you don't want that. That would be terrible. If I had to guess, this is probably like a, I would say maybe a $30 game, $25 game. But that's completely just guessing with no merit. Any changes within the last 4 days? No, since the game's released, the game has been fairly stagnant. There hasn't been a whole lot besides some minor bug fixes and balance bound changes, but very, very minor. How does a game die if it's not even out? That doesn't make any sense. If you want the game to die, then releasing it right now would be a great idea. That's not what you want, man. Game's not ready. It'll literally just die. There's not enough content. People will play it for a week and then everybody will quit because they've done everything this game has to offer. Even Dark and Darker has more content in this game. But Dad's also been out for 3 years, so a little bit of a different story. Yeah, being patient is the best thing to do. Well, for a playtest, it's fine, but it's very clear the game is not ready to release yet. Otherwise, the devs would release it. People just need to be patient and stop expecting things to release right now. It's just not. No way. I can't up. How did this happen? I don't know how this happened to me. Unlucky. Why am I, like, unable to hit him while he's... I'm actually gonna, like... What is happening? I might be dead, boys. I'm actually dead, I think. Yeah, I'm dead. GG. I don't know what happened. I was getting, like, stun locked like crazy. Shit, that sucks. GG. I got out. Freaking skilled. Every time he went out of stamina, I tried to hit him, and I kept getting stun locked. I don't know why he was getting hits and I wasn't, but... I have no idea. That is super bizarre. Every single time he went out of stamina, like, he just happened to get the first hit, and then I got hit by the AI when I lost stamina. That sucks. Rip. Well, now we can finally use my gear set I've been trying to use for, like, 4 hours. No, that was just my mid set that was, like, my throwaway kit that I was waiting so I could use this kit. It just took way longer to die than I was expecting. There we go. Now I can use my real kits. That was such a bizarre set of circumstances to die. Like, every time he outstammed, I just couldn't kill him. I don't know. I just couldn't get a hit. I don't know why. Tough life. Well, we were bound to die eventually anyway. I should have used my horn instead of the slow healing, but I didn't expect him to outstam twice and then just somehow not get any punish on him. That was crazy. I don't really know how I managed to, like, mess that up, but yeah, I messed up bad. The Exodia build? No, I'm sure something will happen. I mean, to be honest, I shouldn't have lost that last fight, but I somehow messed up really, really, really bad. Like, I don't think I could have messed up any more bad. So, and then I actually probably could have recovered, and then the freaking mob decided to attack me, and then I got killed. So, unfortunate, but I can definitely die. It's possible. Just buy some knives for 5 million gold. Perfectly reasonable price to sell green knives, but I'll buy them. I would buy them for more if they were available. I appreciate that, Julio. Thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like the content. Yeah, I don't know how I messed up that fight so bad. I don't know exactly where it went wrong. No, I do. No, I know where it went wrong. I somehow let him outstam twice, and I couldn't get a single hit on him. I don't know how he got the momentum twice, but yeah, something just went really, really bad there. That was crazy. Oh, well. Alright, well. Whatever. It happens. Well, I was gonna horn, but I didn't expect him to somehow not get hit after getting exhausted twice. I don't know how he got the momentum in 2 of those hits, to be honest. Yeah, I think, I want to say that fight was a little bit of luck. I don't know. If I had a chance to do that fight over from start to finish, I don't think I would lose. I don't really know how I managed to mess that up so bad, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I failed to punish his stam twice. I have no idea. Oh well, it's fine. I mean, I came here to lose kits anyway, so. Oh well. Oh, that was you, Oni? Yeah, GG. I messed up real bad to lose that. Yeah, I don't know how I didn't manage to punish you there. I genuinely have no idea how I didn't punish you there. I have no idea. And then I think I actually might have even been able to come back, and then the freaking elite hit me and staggered me and let you kill me too. Like, everything went wrong there. I have no idea how that happened, but whatever. It is what it is. What can I really say or do? Yeah, like, as if it wasn't bad enough that I somehow didn't punish you twice. The elite comes over and says, tee hee, and then just murders me from behind, so, you know, it's fine. Whatever. Yeah, basically everything had to go wrong there for me to not win that fight. Whatever. It's fine. We move on. Enjoy the kit. It's a good kit too, so I would just wear it. If I were you. I mean, the amount of unluckiness that had to have happened for me to not get the stagger on him is ridiculously insane. Like, the fact that I didn't stagger him twice is crazy. It's actually insane that I didn't get any stagger. It's almost unbelievable. I mean, I've done warrior 1v1s at this point like 100 times, and I've never had an instance where I've been unable to punish a stam twice in one fight. That is crazy. Like, I'm just gonna chalk that up to bad luck and just move on. I don't even know if there's anything wrong I did. Like, that's not something that's really ever happened to me, so I think that's just like a unlucky, move on kind of deal. I also need to get into the habit of using my hammer so I can get my wool stat. Because it's kind of hard to sit there and block for so long in a fight unless you already have max stats to keep it. Is this the best gear set? This is the best gear set I own here. I do not have a better gear set than this, and I physically would be unable to probably build another one because gear doesn't exist on the marketplace. It's not a money issue, it's a gear is non-existent issue. I don't know if it's because there's not enough players putting gear on the market, or if there's not enough auction slots, or what the issue is, but the gear does not exist. Yeah, the odds of me building another kit like this are very, very, very low. So, once I die with this gear set, like, that's pretty much, like, the end of that. It's too difficult to try to build, like, crazy kits. Oh. This just got opened, right? Or am I heard a door open. I don't really know. Oh, his head is bugging. Dude, they really need to fix the rogue mobility. This shit is freaking, like, madness. The amount of speed that they can get with their daggers for 0 stamina is so... It's actually so broken. The last time I played Rogue, the tech wasn't discovered yet, but oh my god, just let me tell you, when I do eventually play Rogue again, I'm gonna abuse the shit out of that if they don't have it. It's super crazy how strong it is. It's way too much mobility for a game that's supposed to be as, like slow and methodical as this one. Like, there is zero chance to ever kill this guy. It almost reminds me of, like, Druid in Dark and Darker, where it doesn't matter what you do, you can actually never, ever kill him. So, yeah, it should 100%, like, be... it needs nerf. It's way too strong. I'm not even sure if there's a reason to play anything else when you're playing Rogue other than using this mobility. I can't... Yeah, I can't catch this guy even if I wanted to. Yeah, if you really want to know the most busted thing in this game, it's probably Rogue's mobility. I don't think there's anything more annoying than fighting that. And like he's just gone. Like you can't catch them. Like you physically, there's nothing you can do to ever catch this. It doesn't actually matter. You can do whatever you want, and it actually just doesn't matter what I do. I don't think I can physically kill this guy. Unless he messes up. That's the only way I can kill him, is if he goofs up, he can die. But unless he makes a mistake, I can never kill him. The druid vibes I'm getting are freaking crazy. The hammer charge isn't fast enough. The hammer charge will never kill him. He'll be long gone before the hammer even has a chance to start attacking. I'm not like I'm dead serious. There is no counter to this. Again, unless he makes a mistake and lets me kill him. That's about the only way I can. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah. If you think that's balanced, I don't know what to tell you. That shit is freaking insane. I do not look forward to playing, like, Druid 2.0 in this game if that doesn't end up getting touched. I'm really not looking forward to that. The The problem is it costs no stamina. So you, like, it's unmatched mobility. I don't think there's anything in the game that can reasonably catch up to that. Maybe... No, I don't know. I don't think there is anything. That has to be the highest movement speed you can get in the game. It's even better than Seeker. It's a free dash across the map and costs 0 stamina. And, like, no one can ever actually catch you. It's super crazy. If it wasn't so late into the playtest and I didn't have only Merc gear in my warehouse, I would probably go play Rogue. Because I think that Rogue build is, like, disgustingly strong. But at this point, I can't be bothered. Like, I have no space in all Merc gear. But, yeah, just know, like, that shit is really good. If you want to play Rogue, like, for the end of the playtest, that's the build I would recommend. Is like that dagger for mobility. The amount of stamina it costs is nothing. Like you're never going to run out of stamina before, like, the amount of stamina someone has to use to try to catch up to you with dashes will never be enough. The Rogue is basically free to fly across the map. It's kind of disgusting. Well, the problem is, it's the same issue that Druid has in Dark and Darker. It's mobility that is unmatched by every single class in the entire game. I caught him. You mean after 5 minutes of chasing him? The fact that I caught him is irrelevant to how strong that ability is. It's still broken, regardless of catching him or not. And honestly, I only killed him because he misplayed. If he plays that perfectly, I don't think I ever actually kill him there. Again, it has... So, if you compare it to Dad, it's the same exact difference because it basically gives Rogue infinite mobility. That can't be caught by any class in the game. It's the same thing as Druid, right? It's the same general idea. I don't know how you're supposed to catch that. You know, I play Rogue too. It's not like I'm like an only Merc player. I actually think I've played more. I bet you I've played more Rogue than Merc. I have 22 hours on Merc and I have what? What do I have on Rogue? I have... Wait. What? Is it broken? That's not even the right class. Okay, well, the game doesn't work, so that's sick. I was gonna show you the time play between my two classes, but I don't think it's working. Can I show you? Apparently it's broken. Take my word for it. I've played just about as much Rogue as I've played Mercenary. I am unbiased. I am unbiased when it comes to specific classes because I think I play Rogue. Okay. I'm not like just crying that Rogue is OP because I only play Mercenary. You know, I am also a Rogue player, you know. Just saying, like I'm not just saying this for fun. Like, unbiased opinion of someone who plays Rogue, the amount of mobility that class has is too much. Put on that dude's gear to show it off. You know, that is actually... I could maybe show it off in training. Here, give me a sec. Here. That's not a bad idea. Here, give me a sec. I should have saved it and not mixed it. I don't remember exactly what he was wearing. Where is his chest piece in his helmet? There's no way he didn't have a chest piece. Did I not grab it or something? I thought I did. Do I actually need talents to make it work, or can I just use it by default? Can anybody tell me exactly what talent allows you to do what he's doing? Is it a talent or is it an affix? Because I haven't done it myself. Because I stopped playing Rogue around the time that everyone else started doing it. You can just do it by default, right? Like in training. I don't know if you actually need anything to do it. Because it's just left... Isn't it just left-clicking constantly? No, I don't think it's dash left-click. It uses less stamina than that, doesn't it? Oh, it's dodge, left-click, double sword. Oh, but don't forget he has the shift too, right? So remember, you can also shift away. It's something like this, right? So it's probably his affixes too. Maybe he has the 20% less energy use. And the vitality as well. He probably has affixes that help him, but... yeah, the amount of distance that this gives is no joke. You know, and like, sure, technically, eventually you run out of energy, but the amount of distance that you're gaining is really easy to just get back. And then, okay, maybe they start getting close, so you do this a few times. And then you phantom shift away and you just keep doing it, and you're like, I don't know how you're supposed to ever catch this. It's so silly. Right click can cost no energy with talent. Is there a talent that makes it even better? Because that guy basically spammed it with 0. Like, it felt like it feels like he spammed it quite a lot. Because I was never able to catch up to him, right? Rogue already has insane damage capable of insta-killing players. Are we really trying to give a class like insane DPS that can insta-kill everybody except maybe a Merc? And then also make them the fastest class in the game that can never be caught? It took me 8 minutes to catch him. That's crazy. It basically bypasses the entire energy / movement system. It's just like Druid and Dark and Darker. It's the same, like, general idea. You're giving a class too much mobility. Right? Yeah, I don't know where the rest of his stuff is. I'm not really sure. It's weird. I feel like I took his whole set, but I can't find the rest of his pieces. There's, like, he had a chest piece, right? Because I'm not really sure where it is. I'm not sure. I feel like his chest just disappeared into the wind. I don't know. Unless they were blue and I just didn't pick them up, that is a possibility. Maybe? Maybe. It was green. That would be why I didn't pick it up. That makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. I mean, also, Owen, regardless, I'm telling you, as a rogue player myself, like, that shit is way too strong. I mean, I play rogue. I think I've played more rogue than merc. Like, the amount of mobility that is, like, I already did really well on rogue. That's just gonna make my rogue even more strong. I mean, at this point, the place is almost over, but if it's in the next playtest, I'll probably just play rogue. I'm not sure if I want to fight that in any, like, reasonable capacity. I don't really know. Probably not. I don't know, maybe you feel differently, which is fine, but I don't know. I feel like they have like a default movement system in game, and Rogue appears to just kind of not care about it. That's how it feels, at least. Yeah, I don't know why I was muted, Wessler. Probably just like a YouTube thing or something like that. The default movement system is fine. So the problem is that it feels like Rogue just completely bypasses it. That doesn't feel intended. That feels like an unintended mechanic. I don't think they want rogues to be literally uncatchable. Well, sure. You can just up the energy cost and not gut it completely. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have any mobility. I'm just saying that they probably shouldn't have infinite mobility and what feels like a basically zero energy cost. Like, that's... Yeah, I don't know. Like, it felt like... That fight felt like I was playing Dad, and that I was chasing around a druid player that I can't physically kill. Like, sure, eventually, maybe you kill him, but only because he made misplays. If he doesn't misplay, I don't think I can ever kill him there. They really don't? I mean, what do you mean they really don't? They don't have infinite mobility? He does! How am I supposed to catch that? There's no amount of mobility that I have that could ever catch him. I never said they should buff Merc. That's not me. I never said that. No, I do not think Merc needs buffed. Yeah, that is not my opinion. Don't lump me in with that. I never said that. Yeah, I would. That's ridiculous. Yeah. No, Merc does not need buff. He is very good right now. That's just ridiculous. It doesn't say that. I would rather fight 100% block Merc than ever fight a character that has infinite mobility like that. Because it's not like Rogue doesn't do damage. They do a lot of damage, too. They're, like, Rogue isn't, like, the lightweight class that... Did he just not hear me or something? I don't know. I don't really know what happened there, but... were you fighting the row? Yeah, you realize I don't even know if I can kill this guy, even if I wanted to. I don't really know if I don't know. He'll have to make a mistake for me to kill him, I'm pretty sure. I'm telling you, if they don't nerf it, every single rogue in the entire game is just gonna use that ability. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm telling you, if you leave this rogue mobility unnerfed, every single rogue in the game is gonna do this. What is happening? Oh, the netcode is like... Whoa, what was that netcode? Okay, this game's, like, server shit is so bad sometimes. I used my Stonebreaker ability, and that's what happened there. You see that? What was that? Yeah, that was, like, super buggy. Yeah, I guess I'm just never looting this guy's purples, huh? I mean, yeah, if you want to... I don't know. I don't know, man. Oh my god. Oh, man. I can just see the freaking toxic meta forming. Oh boy. I'm not sure. I don't know what to do. I don't know how I'm supposed to fight this guy. I pressed the wrong button, like a dumbass. I tried to use my rock. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know. I don't know how I can fight this guy. Like, do I just have to, like, try to wait for zone to push him? Maybe? Like, maybe that's the only way to do it? Wait till he gets bored, maybe? I mean, it's so risk-free that, like, I don't know how you're supposed to punish this. It's not even strengths. It's just, I don't think you can physically kill him. I don't think there's anything I can do to ever kill this guy. At least I don't think so. I don't know, man. I'm convinced that this is not. I would be shocked if this didn't hit. There's no way that this is supposed to be how Rogue is. There's no way this is how it's supposed to be. I mean, come on, man. Are you really gonna tell me this is intended gameplay? I mean, come on, man. I don't know, man. Maybe it's intended. I mean, you can say whatever the hell you want. There's no way this is dead. I don't care what any of you say. There's no way this is gameplay. There's just no way. Like, absolutely not. There is no freaking chance in hell that this is what they want Rogue to be like. It's literally Druid from Dark and Darker. Oh boy, oh boy. I don't want to fight the Ranger. I'm just gonna go back up the freaking ladder. I'll just make him come into circle. I don't have a key. I forgot my key. Damn it. I'm trying so hard to kill this guy. God, I can't kill him. Oh, God damn it, man. I really tried. Yeah. I would rather lose my gear and kill him than let him leave, but I didn't have a choice. I would rather lose my biscuit and kill him than let him escape that game. That is like the stupidest gameplay I've ever seen in this game. It is so cringe-inducing. Oh my goodness, man. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright, well. I really hope the devs actually look at that and do something. I am not looking forward to just playing Rogue and Roger when this game comes out. I mean, I guess worst case, I'll just play Rogue myself, but oh my god. That was such a stupid game. That was so dumb. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, DB is dead, so I prefer this game because it has players. Personally. I mean, real talk, I've played every class. If I were to start the season right now with the current balance, after watching what Rogue can do, I would just play Rogue. Y'all can complain about Merc or whatever you want, but that mobility is unchallenged. It is almost impossible for him to ever die. He has to probably make 10 mistakes for me to ever have a chance of killing that. I can't imagine not playing Rogue, like, with that kind of mobility, and the fact that you have so much damage, too. It's like a little bit of both, right? Because we've played Rogue, like, I know the class can almost insta-kill people already. So you can insta-kill people, and you have, like, movement like that? Holy hell, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean... Like, I wouldn't play Rogue for fun at that point. I would just play it out of necessity because the ability is too strong. You know? That was so crazy. Oh my god. That's how I feel. Like, I've at this point, I've played every class. Knowing everything that I know now, there's no counter. There's nothing. The hammer dash abilities that you have are not fast enough to catch the rogue before he's already out of your screen. And it's basically it's almost zero stam when you have like a gear set. So I don't know how you're supposed to be expected to catch that. I don't know. You know what's crazy? If he was actually running Crow, he might have been able to kill me. Because you hit the dagger, and then you hit the Crow, and then you can't get stamina back, and you drain to 0, and then you just insta-kill as Rogue. I imagine if I was any other class than Merc, I'd probably just lose that fight for free. Well, you know, the reason that Seeker is so bis is because movement speed is king, right? Like, we all kind of probably know this at this point. Like, Seeker is the best affix in the entire game. So what if you could have Seeker, but you could have it at all times with almost no stamina cost? Like, that's basically what Rogue is doing. So it's pretty obvious, like, why, like, a mobility class that has really high damage would be so strong. I mean, it's, you know, it's not like I don't play Rogue. I mean, it's not like I'm just, like, bitching the bitch. Like, I do play that class. I think Rogue is one of the best classes. Now I think it is the best class. But I already knew it was one of the best. Like, if I was gonna play the Rogue matchup against Merc, I would probably just try to outstam them. Because if you outstam a Merc, I think you actually just kill them with a wheelhouse combo. You'd be surprised, Landon. You'd be surprised how many people call discussion complaining. You'd be surprised. Yeah. Do you think it matters if it's a class that I play too? Probably not. Keep in mind that not everybody has watched me play Rogue, you know? Maybe people are just here seeing me play Merc only and going, oh, well, oh, you're just mad that you can't kill the Rogue player because you're playing broken Merc. Something like that. I wouldn't be surprised. If I didn't play as much Rogue as I had already, like, maybe I would not be objectively able to say this unbiasedly, but I played a lot of Rogue, guys. Like, Rogue is one of my main classes. I mean, it's really good. And it's not like Rogue is a fast, low DPS class either. Like, maybe if Rogue's damage was low, and they had to kind of hit and run, maybe I would feel differently, but they're not low damage. I mean, I've proven that on stream, that Rogues have a lot of damage. Like, that's not really up for debate. So, you know, I don't think you can give the fastest class in the game also arguably the highest DPS. That combo's kind of crazy. I don't think the devs think that's balanced. There's no way. I don't know if the devs actually realize how good that is. If the devs thought this game was perfectly balanced, then there wouldn't be balance changes that we got a week ago. I think this is the time to actually talk about balance, not just assume that's what the devs want. Yeah, this isn't a complaining stream. It is, like, objectively speaking, as a Rogue player myself, like, that is way too good for what Rogue already has as a kit. I know. Well, now when I see a Rogue not doing the sword dash tech, I just know that they're new. Or just don't know. him again. Bro, I might just have to be done for the playtest. If I'm gonna just keep fighting rogues like this, I don't even know if I want to play this. This is so unfun to fight. I either have to stop or go play rogue. Hey, this is freaking crazy. I don't know if I can. I mean, I'll chase him because I have no other play I can do, but I just know this is the only real option I have. And every time I start winning, he'll just run away. He has infinite escapes and infinite tries to outstam and kill me. So I don't know if it actually matters what I do here. I'm gonna try, but I don't know if this matchup is possible. That hit me. If this gray rogue kills him, that would be the funniest shit I've ever seen. Well, yeah, am I gonna attack the gray rogue or am I gonna attack the purple rogue? Which one am I gonna attack? Pretty obvious, I would say. And you see how much stamina I lose from the dagger pro, like, shit, right? I lose, what, 80% of my stamina? So all it takes is one outstam and he kills me. That's it. You know, if I mess up one time after his, like, two button combo, he 100 to 0s me. With, probably Shadow Go combo, I'd assume. Or the, God, it really is just the quest, dude. I mean, I don't know how I'm supposed to. I don't know what to do. Is he full already? He's already full health. It doesn't even matter. Holy shit, man. I don't know what to say, man. GG, I guess. Last diff. Yeah, I don't even know how many mistakes he has to make this fight. Because I was winning that at least twice, but it doesn't actually matter. There's not enough mistakes in the world that would make him actually lose this. And you see how much stamina I lose from this dagger crow combo, right? I mean, you visually see me losing. I mean, what? 80%? 85% of my health or of my stamina. Remember, if he outstams me, I die. Like there's no coming back from that, too. Collecting every bell just so this guy doesn't get out. I'm gonna try so hard to kill this guy. Even if I don't get his gear, I don't care. My only goal... Leave me alone. Don't make me freaking fight with you. Yes! Fuck you. I I would try to feel bad. I'm gonna just leave his gear. I don't even care about his gear. I just wanted him dead. Ultimate BM. No gear retrieval. Never getting it back. Is there any chance he wins against me? Yeah, if he hits me with one dagger and one crow, and then drains the remaining 20% of my stamina, I die. It's very easy for him to kill me. He already has 80, he's already 80% won. He has to press 2 buttons. And at that point, if he sticks on me and doesn't let me parry, and he outstams me, he combos me to death and I lose. From probably 100 to 0. I've played enough Rogue to know that once you get someone out of stamina, they're already dead. Oh my god, man. Thank god. Oh my god. +1 faith restored into the game. That was so freaking annoying to play. Oh my god. Yeah, Eco, I'm not sure if you're asking a genuine question. Rogue does not deal less damage. They don't have less sustain. And they absolutely don't get countered by Mercenary. Rogue is absolutely able to do it. So, Eco, I don't know how much of the fight you saw. If he hits one of the throw, I'll show here. Let me show the skill instead of just saying it. Because I'm going to assume that you're asking a genuine question. So this ability here, Poison Crowmark, drains energy and prevents energy recovery, okay? Then he uses Crow, which also makes me lose energy. These two abilities together will drain about 80% of your stamina on like a good hit, okay? So with those two hits, you lose 80% of your stamina. And then the remaining 20%, if you outstam, you're dead. That's honestly the best way to kill a merc. Get them with those two abilities, and you do so much damage once they're outstammed and they can't move. Typically, you should be able to finish them at that point. At least that's how I did it when I played Rogue. Well, one of the ways I did it. One way is that in Crow. The other way is using Smoke Pot. And just kind of whittling in and out and going for the Shadow Wheel hits. Eco, I'm not sure if you realize how close I was to dying in those fights. In that fight. I think you're too focused on the health bar and not focused on the energy bar. I think that's the problem. You're only looking at my health being full, not realizing that if my energy bar goes to 0, I lose. I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem. You're looking at the wrong thing. Does that make sense? Like, the energy bar is just as important as your health bar. If you lose your energy bar against a rogue, you are already dead. Because they do so much damage, and you can't get out of it, right? That is the important part of what I'm trying to hopefully help you understand. Does that make sense? If I decide to play more throughout the week, maybe I'll actually play some Rogue and I'll show you how to kill Merc. I don't know how much longer I'm really going to play the playtest, but, you know, like, just... I've played a lot of Rogue already. Just take my word for it, I guess. I don't really know what else to say. It's also worth mentioning, when I fight Merc on Rogue, I don't play like that at all. I'm way more aggressive than that. I don't play like that. That's not really my preferred playstyle. It was his choice to run across the map for 10 minutes. Yeah, I know it's I understand. I get it though. I get that it's hard to look at both sides and like watch that fight and look at me not really lose huge health and think that like I'm in like think that that was a one-sided fight. That fight was way closer than you think it was. It was actually really close. He 100% could have killed me there. If he could see my energy bar, he probably would have killed me because I don't think he realized how close he was multiple times. If he actually pushed me after the combo and got me to lose that stamina, he just wins. I honestly, I think he just misplayed and just he didn't punish the stamina drain. So that's kind of more of a him problem than anything else. Hold up. Mr. Durr, are you still here? I didn't insult the player. Whoa, just to clear it up. Hold up a minute. Just to be clear, I never insulted that rogue. Or the rogue player. Just because I don't like the way he's playing doesn't mean I'm insulting the player behind the keyboard. Let's just be clear here. Unless you're saying that he trash talked me. I did not once trash talk him. Not a single time did I say anything bad about him. I only said that I don't like the playstyle. I don't even know who that is. Oh, he insulted me? Oh, that's even funnier. Okay, got it. So he's the toxic one. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I don't give a shit if that's the case. I'm just making sure you don't think I insulted him. I didn't say shit about him. I don't like the playstyle, but I didn't say he was, you know, I didn't say anything about him. That's a completely different story. Alright. Just making sure. Just making sure. Yeah, I gotcha. I was confused at first. I thought you were trying to say that I insulted him. Because I am very... I really try not to insult other people just because of their playstyle. And I really try my best not to do that. So, just making sure that wasn't misinterpreted. I did give him a good FU at the end, but that was more of a like towards the class, not towards him. So. He's Russian? Gotcha. Okay. Oh, do you understand Russian, or does he speak English, but he is Russian? Not that it really matters, but... Yeah, I just misunderstood what he said. Yeah, I can kill boss. I haven't done it on Merc, but I've done it on other classes. Yeah, I just misunderstood what you said. I thought you were saying that, like, I insulted him, and I was, like, being a dick. I was gonna say, I didn't say shit. You felt insulted by me before? I don't know how. I truly have no idea how you felt that way. I'm generally pretty nice, so I'm not really sure what to tell you. funny you explaining PDR is effective health. I don't remember this. I mean, look, man, if you can't understand the difference between, like, genuine trash talk and gaming banner, I honestly don't really know what to tell you. I genuinely don't really know what you want me to say. This guy is fuming. I can just tell. I can tell how mad he is. I can feel it in my bones. It's so obvious. I can just tell. He is so upset right now. This guy is going on full gamer rage right now. He is so mad. Oh my god. It's so funny. It's so freaking funny, dude. It's so funny. Oh my god. Yeah, it's very possible, considering you already said he's toxic, he might be sniping at this point. I wouldn't be that surprised. To be real with you. Probably. He's the #1 rogue? You mean the #1 self-proclaimed rogue, or what? I don't really see him doing anything, like, impressive. Like, all he's doing is just running away and using his freaking 2 skills over and over again. I don't fully see where the #1 skills are at. I'll take your word for it. Oh, he's scared. Run away. I can see you. Hurry. Run. Run. Dude, this guy is so mad. He is sniping? Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. Oh, you can tell. You can tell how mad this guy is, for sure. I'm pretty sure the dev said that stream sniping is not, like, okay. The fact that it's a sniper doing it, if I really cared enough, I could probably report him for it. I can kill him? I can't kill him. He has too much mobility. I can only kill him if the circle gets really, really tiny and he can't run away for 5 years. Otherwise, I can't kill him. He's invincible. I'm just telling you, man. Like, it's too strong. Like, there's no reasonable way I can kill this guy. Are you lying to me? Is he not sniping? If he's not sniping and you're lying to me, that's actually pretty messed up. Just saying. Even if he's a dickhead, you still shouldn't lie about him. Well, usually, anyone who self-proclaims himself as #1, I make fun of. Even Lich. Calling yourself #1 just feels so cheesy. So I don't know if you're calling him #1 or if he calls himself #1, but... I don't know. Calling yourself #1 just feels crazy to me. Actually, especially Lich. Especially him. Go. Run! Hurry, run! He took some damage! Run! Hurry! Run! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's so silly. It's so silly. He was getting kind of smacked though for a minute there. Yeah, go for it, man. See you later. Yes. The reason he did no damage is because he used the dual swords and not a dagger. If he daggered me there, he probably hits me for like half my health with the Shadow Wheel dagger. But he's using dual swords only, I guess. So he only did like the initial part of the damage, which isn't that high. That would be why he didn't do damage. His stream title is #1 Rogue. Okay, well... Alright, I'm gonna make fun of him a little bit then. Because I make fun of anybody who has #1 in their title. He says he wants to get caught with me and chance at stream sniping. Okay, but then why did he leave? If he really wants to revenge and kill me, why did he leave the match? So maybe he's not actually sniping. Makes me think he's... Dilla does it all the time, even when he isn't. It's always the title. Yeah, I'm still gonna make fun of it, though. Yeah, I'm not even calling out that guy. Anybody who puts #1 in their title, I think, is silly. Maybe it's just me, but... I mean, let's be completely honest here. The leaderboards in this game don't matter. It just shows how much you play and how many Timmies you kill. That's all it is. It also just shows how many, like, that you're only playing one class. It doesn't, leaderboard doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean it. Yeah, that especially goes for Lich and his stupid #1 titles he does in every stream he does. It's fine. It's fine. I just think it's funny. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what it is about leaderboard that just brings, like, the worst in everybody. Everybody just gets so sweaty about leaderboards. It's crazy. I don't know what it is, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. Lost a kit. I lost one kit today to a green-geared player because I made, like, 500 mistakes. Honestly deserve to lose that kit. Like, I don't even feel bad about it. I played awful. But that's it. I lost one kit in like 6 hours. I can't complain. It was also like, I also was a mercenary, so yeah, I'm cool. He can have the kit. He can probably use it more than me. I don't need the gear anyway, so it's cool. I'll be back in a second. Thoughts on affixes? Oh, I think they're fine. The only affix that I think is really trash, like game-breaking trash that should be removed, is Skybreaker. Do I even have it? Where's it at? Let me pull it up. Sky Piercer, sorry. Sky Piercer is an ability that gives you damage and skill energy reduction while in the air. So what this means is that the game incentivizes you from start to finish to do nothing but jump casting. When I played Sorcerer, like, I use Skypiercer, it is the dumbest gameplay. I think it's actually really dumb. It's I don't think we should be incentivizing people for a massive damage boost and skill energy cost to just jump the entire match. If there was one thing I could change about affixes, I would just remove this from the game. Just gut it. And replace it with something more fun than this. Anything, really, would be more fun than, than this ability. For me, personally, at least. I mean, I did it. When I played Sorcerer, like, that's all I did. I just bunny hopped everywhere and used the lightning. And it's like, it's fine. It's good. But it just feels really stupid. See, it's one thing that bunny hopping is already kind of like a good mechanic because it makes it harder to hit you and whatever. But to also add a direct benefit to bunny hopping in the form of 25% damage and 12% energy cost reduction, I think is way too much. I think that's just crazy. So, yeah, if there was anything I could change personally, I would just get rid of it. Just back to the drawing board, remove it from the game, and add something cool or more enjoyable. Even if it wasn't OP, it's still bad game design. It could do 1% damage per level, and I still wouldn't like it because it incentivizes a dumb game mechanic. It's already really good to bunny hop everywhere if you're range. So do we really need to make it even more good by having Skypiercer? I don't think so. You know, as somebody who abused Sorcerer a little bit ago, I don't think Skypiercer is needed for these bunny hopping, you know, Sorcerer players. Just my own 2 cents for affixes. People can macro and boost every damage. Well, that's probably a different issue. But regardless of macro or not, I would still say it's probably not probably not something that should be in the game. Just my own 2 cents though. Obviously you're welcome to agree or disagree. But that's what I think at least. Well, it also indirectly benefits range. So it means that range classes have multiple affixes that they can run. So right now, as a range class, what do you have for damage? You can stack Valor, which is general damage, Skypiercer, which is damage while jumping, Fervid, which is damage at max HP, and range, which gives you range damage, right? So there are 4 separate damage skills that you can take as range. As melee, you can't take Skypiercer because you're not realistically going to be jumping the whole time. And you can't take range because, well, duh, it's not range. So, as a melee class, it is disproportional to the amount of affixes that you can grab for damage. Because instead of going for 4, for 100% damage bonus or something around 100% damage, something stupid, you can only go for, you know, Valor and Fervid or Valor and Wrath. Fervor also kind of... Fervor, I don't know if that's actually very good. I would say Fervor is better for range, but it's just not that great. Like, you're better off taking the other 4 over this. But, I mean, realistically speaking, I think that's a good way to look at it. Is why are range classes getting a disproportional amount of affixes for damage than melee? And then think about that, and then think about game balance, okay? How do you balance a class when they're disproportionately getting more damage because of the way affixes work? Does that kind of make sense? Because if Sorcerer is balanced based on the fact that they can stack 4 damage affixes, then if you eventually nerf or remove them, it's going to disproportionately affect Sorcerer, right? For example. Or, let's say they nerf Sorcerer damage, and then they also remove or nerf affixes for range damage. Well, now Sorcerer is getting double nerfed, because this entire time for balance, we're looking at, you know, all of these perks that only work for damage at range, right? That's really the best way I can describe it. I don't know how else to really say it. Like, that's part of why I think Sorcerer is so strong. Because with gear, you can stack so much damage, it's almost comical. You can practically insta-kill everybody if you outstam them, or just having the damage in general is just so good. It's so strong. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know any better way to objectively look at the damage stats and look at, like, how disproportional it is for range versus melee. But that's what I would do if I were them. I would just remove Skypiercer. So now it's, you know, now as a range, you can use ranged, Fervid, and Valor. And then as melee, you still have Valor, Fervid, or Wrath. So, like, it's still technically better for melee. So maybe there needs to be, maybe you replace Skypiercer with a melee affix instead, because Fervor sucks except for Dual Blade. So maybe you replace Skypiercer with something that's just only for melee. So that way it feels, because right now there's one range, but there's no like melee specific benefit. That's what I would do. Like I would just I would just remove Skypiercer from the game and just give some kind of range or melee equivalent of what range does. And then balance the classes based on having an equal number of affixes for both melee and range. Because if it's too good for melee to have an extra affix, then I would just nerf, I would either nerf melee or just scrap it entirely and just figure something else out to make it, you know, not feel as bad. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So there you go. That's my thought on affixes since you asked. Cool. A question for you guys. I think I'm kind of winding down for the day. Like I'm kind of thinking I might be done here soon. Do you guys want? I was thinking about maybe making one final Mistfall Hunter video. He's chilling in lobby. Well, he's about to be really, really happy when he realizes I'm not playing the game, so he can sit there and sit in lobby for as long as he wants. What a dickhead. Anyway, uh, I was thinking I want to make a Mistfall Hunter video, like one final, maybe like I'm thinking like pros and cons or I don't know, something of just my thoughts. Uh, would you guys like me to do some kind of list on stream and kind of just talk about how like the game is, like maybe things that should be added, things that we feel like that it needs, you know? You want me to do that on stream or should I just kind of like think of it on my own? If you guys want me to do it on stream, then you know, I'm perfectly okay doing it. What do you guys think? Yeah, if he's waiting to queue, then that's really funny because he's gonna be waiting a long time. Yeah, the meta's gonna be interesting once it gets completely figured out, but I imagine as long as the devs are on top of balance, it'll get figured out. Sounds good if you stray away from opinions that have numbers and demonstrations. What do you mean what do you mean by numbers and demonstrations? Code use a sniper. I actually believe you now. If he's sitting in lobby not doing anything at this point, he's probably sniping. Yeah, well, I think I'm done for the night. So if I don't do a list, I'm probably just gonna get off. So why don't we do that? Like, why don't we just do a short little list before I hop off for the day? Maybe we can make a little community thing on what we think would be, you know, what we think the game could use or not use. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I think that would be good. Because I think I'm kind of done for the day anyway. I don't feel like dealing with this weirdo Russian guy sniping me. That's kind of like stupid, so. Yeah, I mean now, because I'm kind of done. I think I'm just done. I don't feel like chasing a rogue around for the entire game, every game I play. That's just boring as hell. I'll just play another time. Can you guys see my my little notepad? I don't think you can. I'll fix that real quick. There we go. The old notepad. It feels like we're playing DV again. Alright. Alright, I am more than happy to hear your guys' thoughts on everything that I'm currently doing. So right now, objectively speaking, cons, like right now in the game, lack of servers, I think everybody would agree with. You know, we need more servers rather than just, oh, real quick, before I get into this list, I talked to the developer for Misfall, by the way. I am trying to convince him or whatever, whoever it is. I'm trying to convince them to do a live Q&A on stream where people can like ask questions. Kind of like the dad and legacy devs do. I think that would be pretty cool. I don't know if we'll get it or not, but if we do, I'll use this list as a guideline for that too. So cons of what I would say, lack of servers. We need more than just NA and KR. You know, we need EU, we need uh, probably SA, whatever else we need. But right now, 2 is like 2 is like hilariously low. People are running on like really bad ping. So I would say that's a huge negative. Uh, Another con is pretty easy. Just server optimization. Lag and frame drops. There are certain parts of the map that have very bad frame drops regardless of your ping. And there's also instances of lag where your moves will just disappear off the face of the earth. Yeah, this is like a super big issue. These are like kind of cop-out cons because I think they're just like obvious that everyone already knows, but like it's so important for like EA, I just felt like I should just put them here. Inertia on camera movement. I've never noticed any problems with camera movement, so I don't exactly know what you mean by that. Like, I have no idea how to even talk about that because I've never noticed any issue with raw or with the mouse input. I'm just saying I don't even know how to even go about talking about that because I don't notice anything or any problems for me. Yeah, I agree with you, Dur. We do need more gear. More endgame content in general. You know, I call this pros and cons, but maybe that's not really what this should be called. Maybe it's more just like general like suggestions. I'm gonna call this list suggestions instead. So we can more talk about what we want the game to have in it. Yeah, so I'm gonna move away from the pro con and talk more about just what we think the game could use. Because assuming that the dev does reach back out to me, it would be nice to have this list here for him. The inertia of camera movement feels weird to you. I never noticed that. It's hard for me to answer that or really talk about it because I've never personally noticed anything. Okay, I want to specify though. So more endgame content. In specific, we need more gear and higher level dungeons. I'm gonna explain this as well. Right now, Mistfall Hunter has legendary rings and amulet, or rings and a necklace, and everything else is purple. There's no effects. There's really no nothing. Gear is very boring. I don't know if everyone else would agree with that, but gear feels very bland because it's basically just grabbing affixes, mostly just purple, and then just stacking whatever is good and then just playing the game. There's no real drive to gathering anything after like a few days of gameplay, which is definitely going to matter once the game releases. So I would say we probably need more like end game content as far as gear is concerned. Dark and Darker does this through artifacts. Dungeonborn did this through unique legendaries. I'm not saying it has to be items that have special effects, but some kind of chase items are required. We need some kind of gear or right now gear is just very boring right now. After playing even for like a couple of days, I kind of noticed, just there wasn't a whole lot to do. Higher level dungeons, my personal recommendation, I don't know if anybody else has any other inputs on this. I would personally add red bells into the game. So you have blue bells that spawn. I would just change some of those blue bells or add additional red bells that spawn that bring you down into higher level dungeons. I think that would be, I don't know, I think that would be cool. Well, of course, it'd be a different map, right? I'm gonna just say go down into hell in quotes, just because it doesn't have to be hell, but I don't. It feels like there's no end game content at all. Once people kind of get geared, they just speed run the map because the mobs actually get pretty easy. So it feels like we're missing a level of difficulty that the game should have. Another one that I think I'm kind of doing the easy ones that everybody would probably agree with. At least I would think so. Every class should have 2 weapons. I think it's kind of lame that certain classes are restricted to one specific weapon. I think every class should have the option, at least, to have 2 weapons and swap or, have that kind of interactive gameplay. Because sometimes, you know, it's the right call to swap to a different weapon and use those skills. Certain classes just don't have that game at all. If I play Sorcerer, there's no swapping. I just play the staff and I just do exactly the same thing no matter what because there's no secondary option, right? So I think every class having 2 weapons is I would say this is probably priority for me personally at least, over having like an extra character. Because like an extra character would be fine, but I think fleshing out the current classes is probably more important. You already have 6 skills on Sorcerer. Does it really make sense for a class to have one singular weapon? I don't know if that makes sense. Like, it feels... There's no way that one class should only ever have one piece of weapon. I just don't know if that... Am I wrong? Would that not work in this game? Alright, the only classes that have 2... Right, so should range classes really only have one weapon option forever? Do you think that's the case? Because I don't know, that feels kind of boring to me, that you don't have any other options, you know? It feels like there should be some kind of difference, More options, I think, is always better. I don't know exactly what they would be, but I don't know. It feels like this would be nice. We already know that classes are gonna have female variants, so I don't think that, like, the male-female thing, I don't think that really matters, because it's on the front page. It's not like it's a question. We already know it's coming. I mean, we can visually see it here, it's just not here yet. Well, this isn't a priority list. These are just suggestions. Yeah, there's a big difference between something that I would say is, like, has to happen right this second, and just kind of a general suggestion of what I think would work well. Uh, does anyone else get tired of using victory wine after every single match? Because I feel like there has to be a better way to do this system where I don't have to... It feels really stupid that I have to go to this screen every single game and re-drink the same ale. Does anybody else feel like that's very, very tedious? Well, victory wine is expensive because I think of the lack of players and the lack of gold sync of anything else. If there were more players, I think it would be a little bit cheaper. In other words, we need variety. Variety of weapons, armor. Well, yeah, sure, of course. Just general variety would always be nice. What if for ale, like, let's say I wanted to use this ale right here, and I wanted Aegis and Valor. What if instead of hitting drink and then being unable to swap the ale, what if there was like a little checkbox here? And with the checkbox selected, it defaults to that ale, and when you enter a match, it takes away those resources. And as long as that box is checked, it will always use that ale. So you don't have to go back and always like re-drink it. I don't know, it feels like bad. I know it's like, so, it might be stupid to even complain about, but having to drink a tonic every single match feels very tedious. Does anyone else feel this way, or am I alone in this? Like, thought of feeling like it's kind of silly having to redo ale or tonic every single match. I don't know what the best answer is to not have to do it, but punish teamers more. Oh, I could agree to that. Lich, I died one time in 6 hours today after making like 8,000 misplays. Oh, Lich, apparently I have a sniper. I killed another streamer who was playing the Cancer Rogue build, and he got very mad after I killed him, and apparently was sitting in stream waiting for me to queue. At least that's what the chat told me. So I guess unless they're lying to me. So I decided to make a Misfall suggestion list since he's just blatantly sniping anyway. So, but yeah, I died once, just once though. What was his name? It's some Russian dude. I don't know what his name is. Chat probably knows. I don't know it. You never minded victory wine? I'm just gonna say feels tedious drinking wine after every match. Because I don't know what the answer to it is, but it does feel very tedious. Oh, yeah, it's Movis. Yeah, it's Movis. That's his name. Yeah, I killed Movis earlier. I chased him for 2 entire games, and then I finally got him after probably 20 minutes of chasing. And then I didn't even loot him, I just left the game and left his gear to rot. I don't think he was very happy about that. So, I don't think the staggering is that bad. There's already a mechanic to dodge out of stagger. It's really not that bad once you get used to it. I think that's more of like a new player versus experienced player thing. Movis bought 2,500 Twitch followers. Is that real? That's crazy if that's true. Thank you for destroying Movis. You got it. Yeah, I don't know if he's sniping or not. I was just told that he was. There's no way for me to know for sure, though. You know what would be really cool? Would anybody else like to see a socketing system where you could change like one affix on your gear? Wouldn't it be cool if like you could take, I don't know, like let's say like a purple gem or something, and I could take this helmet over here and I could change the Valor into like a different either static or random stat or something. Does anyone else feel like that would be kind of nice to have? As like some like I feel like socketing would really work in this game or some kind of crafting system, you know? My suggestion would just be socketing to swap affixes around. Maybe just a limit of 1 per piece so you can't like build bis. But if you find like a decent pair with, you know, like this where it has 2 and 2, maybe I could like change the third affix. No, I think the tonic system's fine. The tonic system is nice because it allows you to help modify your build without needing the required gear stats. I actually like the tonic system. I just don't like having to redo it every match because it gets tedious coming back here and doing it. Yeah, so my idea would be to either gem socket to change an affix, or maybe you add something to that gear piece. One or the other, I think would be fine. Dark and Darker has one where you change, but other games have it where you would add it, so I think either one would work. Maybe one or the other, or both, I'm not really sure. Uh, what were you saying? I think double roll affixes are way too strong. There needs to be some kind of gamble mechanic where you risk something to get a double stat once. You shouldn't have 3 double affixes in one piece. One double affix max. So the problem with that, Lich, is the gear is already so bland. If gear only rolled like one affix, then what the hell are you even playing the game to grab? There's already nothing but purple gear and legendary like rings. There's no effects. There's the gear is just boring. So if you can't even grab double affixes, then what the hell are you going for? Like, I'm just like, genuine question. I don't know what you're even trying to achieve gear wise for endgame. It actually would just take away even more chase and make the game even more like it would be even faster to reach endgame. I mean, Lich, I played Blue Gear Merc with like mostly single affixes, maybe like a double here and there. I played for what, like 5 hours, and I died 3 times. I think 3 total times in 5 hours with nothing but blues. And I've done that with Rogue too. Maybe it's more of a gear score problem. I don't know. Do you think you're unkillable with double rolls versus someone who has single roll purple? Like, do you think you just can't kill them with double rolls? I mean, personally, I would just. I don't think. I'm just gonna say, I don't think gray gear should ever even exist in. I don't think gray gear should even be able to queue into higher gear lobbies. Is there anybody here who would ever disagree with that? Because that is my own opinion. Probably everything above green. I don't think gray gear should ever be fighting blues or purples. Is there anyone here who thinks that gray gear should ever be fighting like full blue or full purple players? Because I think you're just basically killing them for free and you're just bullying them off the game. I think gray gear and maybe greens should be a separate lobby or something. What do you think about the fact that affixes should be something rare, while it would be possible to introduce different stats on items? Okay, so are you saying that you want gear to have random rolls? So are you saying that you want different helmets to have different defense, health, and critical resistances? So you want more RNG? I don't know if that's actually good. I kind of like that you can just grab a purple and know that the base stats are always, like, ready to go. I kind of like that personally, but maybe that's just my own opinion. Yeah, maybe that's a good point. Maybe this is a non-issue because it's based on player count. So maybe the gear matchmaking is not as much of a problem as we think it is. Look at it this way. If the player base had 10,000 players and the matchmaking system was working as intended, it should mean that gray-geared players are usually only seeing other gray-geared or green-geared players, and you know, again, vice versa, blue and purple are usually seeing blue and purple because the system goes on a timer like queue, and because there's less players, people are more likely to fight each other with higher or lower gear. So you could argue that the system is fine because if we only have 1,000, if we have like a low player count, like 1,000 people or lower, then the game is already not doing well anyway. So this is kind of a null point. So like maybe this is really a non-issue, only creeping up because the player base has fallen so much. Because if the game is going to be successful, it needs more than 1,000 players. I think we're probably in general agreement here. So I would say maybe this is less of a problem than we think it is. You know, someone else mentioned sensitivity too. I never noticed any issues, but more options for aiming. It's not really something I ever had an issue with, but I have seen more than one person ask about this. So I can add it. Well, keep in mind on the first days of the playtest, you didn't have the same level of players either. You know, people weren't running full purple legendary on day one. You had way more players running in low gear. So that's also worth considering. But so like this is true. Gray gear should be separate from everything like above green, I would say. But it also might not be much of an issue just because of the player counts. As long as the developers can create a game here that can attract a player base that is not going to just dip out, the matchmaking might not be a problem. Because we can see from Dark and Darker of how not to do matchmaking. Because then you have 5,000 queues and none of the queues fill. Like, Dark and Darker's matchmaking sucks. I know some people like it, but it's horrible for the game. Because having so many different brackets results in lobbies being dead. It's even like right now, you can go play Dad and find dead lobbies because there's like 300 queues because there's servers and then all the different brackets. It doesn't work for a game unless you have like a ton of players. So I don't think the people at like asking for like a bracket system like Dad has understand how bad the system can get because of the brackets or because of like the total number of queues. Because playing in a dead lobby is just as bad as seeing like, you know, lopsided matchmaking. They're both really bad and will both kill the game. You know, if you play a game and you see empty lobbies in a PvP game, you're just gonna stop playing, right? Oh, duos, credit. Yep, true, true. That's yeah, 100%. We need duos. 100% agreed. We absolutely need duos. But the devs mentioned it already, but I agree. You know what? If anybody was around at the time when DB, Dungeonborn, added their brackets, it actually killed the game and no lobbies could ever fill because there were too many queues. That's another good example. You know, you have to be very careful of changing the matchmaking. I don't, I just don't think just directly adding a bracket is actually a good idea. I think you should be relying on having enough of a player base that having a general matchmaking guidance should be enough. I think at least. Because having too many brackets just results in way too many queues and it's just miserable for everybody. Because then everybody's sitting in queue for half the game and then the other half they're in empty lobbies running around doing nothing. Because after a while, you know, in a game like this, if you see 0 players, you're just going to get bored. You know? Because these games aren't made, it's not like it's a single player story game. Eventually you're just going to be done and it's just going to be boring as hell. So. Maybe a non-issue with higher player counts. I was gonna add this in parentheses because it might be true. Oh, that's a good. I was actually thinking about that too, Shock. Hotkeys are 100% needed. Uh, hotkey option to change skills to whatever button we want. For example, sorcerer spells. It is really dumb that you can't change the hotkeys of the skills and spells to whatever you want. Why do I have to press like E and right click to use a spell? Why not just let me change it to a button on my keyboard and just be done with it? Like, let me just use my keyboard. Don't make me use your weird, you know, setup that you have just because you think it works. Like, let us have the option, because I can't stand it personally. Like, Seer reloading with left click, right click is just kind of silly. Because I always press R to use my horn, because R is like the typical reload button. So I don't know. I think hotkeys would be great, personally. And there's really no downside to it. Just let people do what they want, right? I think that's good. I don't know anything about the devs funding Landon. I'm just some guy who plays the game. I don't know anything about them. Not really. Alright. Anything else you guys can think of? Because I'm running out of ideas here. I think I've said most of what I wanted to say. Oh. I think we need more stash space. Actually, hold up. Hold up. I got two things I want to write. I'm gonna just write them first and then I'll discuss them. Alright. These are three things that I personally think would work, or I feel like would be better. Does anyone disagree with any of this? I think the game needs more stash space and more auction house space. Considering it's all cross character, it feels very, very low. It feels like way, 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 way too low. The problem is you're doing it for it only helps people that only play one class. If you only play one class, then you might not feel it that much. If you want to play all 5 classes, then your gear just gets cluttered and like it's crazy. The fact that I have, 5 classes of gear being just thrown together in this giant slop is crazy. It's so it's so unfun trying to juggle when you play multiple classes. I personally think it feels awful. If you only play like 1 or 2 classes, then you probably don't care. But if you're like me and you want to play every class, you notice it way more. Number 12. Is anybody familiar with the Squire gear loadout system that Dark and Darker has? This is exactly what I'm referencing. So it would be nice. Here, I'll rewrite this. Camp upgrade to hold gear sets. That's probably better worded. It would be nice if there was a camp upgrade that allowed me to hold gear sets for my characters, so I could quickly swap between sets. Like, maybe put it, like, right here in this, or I don't know, maybe put a little button here. Or add it, like, somewhere in camp. I don't know where it would be, but somewhere where I can put my gear set so I can swap between stuff would be nice. Like a loadout system is what I'm thinking, yeah. That's exactly what I'm thinking. And that would give you a additional camp upgrade to kind of go for, I think that would work out. Also, inventory space is too low. You know how many games that I play where I'm leaving like entire inventories of gear? It feels like you can't even loot because if you kill one person, your entire loadout is full. I don't know. I feel like it would be nice if there was a camp upgrade to at least add a third tab below. It feels like it's just a little bit too low. Maybe an affinity system for warehouse. I don't know. I feel like the warehouse is already, like, the auto sort is already okay. It's just kind of annoying because I feel like there's not enough space. And I guess to be fair, having a loadout system for characters would make you feel a little bit less bad because you'd have more space to store gear for other characters. Add guns. Yeah, good idea, Lich. Thanks for joining the conversation. We know you already play Seer, which is basically like having like a little like a minigun, but yeah, we're trying for real real things here, Lich. All right. Search stats for affixes. Hmm. How would that work? I don't really know how that would go. Raw mouse input. I don't know what that means, but I already added a sensitivity for aiming. I don't even know what raw mouse input means, to be honest with you. I don't know. Oh, you know what else would be nice? If in the auction house, when you were searching for... Okay, tell me this is not the most annoying thing in the world. Have you ever been in the auction and go, okay, I need to grab a helmet with Aegis. Okay? And then you look in, and you're looking in you're looking in the auction, you're like, okay, this is the price for Aegis. And then you're like, okay, hold up. Let me double check my character and double check if I actually need like if I like what substats I want on my helmet. So you go back to your character and you go back to the auction and it resets. Does anybody else get just as annoyed as me by the fact the auction house resets when you swap between your character view and the you know, looking for stuff? That shit infuriates me. Anyone else? Auction house needs how do I even word this? House settings should remain when swapping between character so you can look at your gear stats and not lose the auction search. I don't know if I worded this very well, but I don't know how else to word this. It's a first world problem? I mean, okay, but I'm here to help the rich, so we're here for the rich too, not just the brokies, alright? Okay. Anyways. Raw input 1-to-1 movement of your mouse instead of the little input delay. I mean, I can add it to the sensitivity raw mouse option, but I don't really know much about this, so I can't really explain it very well. The shop needs to remain static when changing tabs. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. The auction house search options should remain while swapping tabs to look at your character. That I think that sounds a little better. Double affix roll search would be nice too. Search auction house or double affix rolls. Oh, this might be another rich person problem too, but I'm gonna put it here because it infuriates me. Why is the price of gear that you can sell so low? For example, if you find a purple with 3 double rolls that have really good affixes, it's not worth 10k. It's worth way more than 10k. But for some reason, you can't sell it for higher. Yeah, I mean, no, I mean selling on the auction. So if I want to sell a purple, if I want to like sell this purple for like 20k, I can't do it. It's max 10. People don't have money. I have the money. It's not demand. No, the game limits it. It's not a demand and supply thing. It has nothing to do with supply and demand. I would pay the money. It doesn't let you. I physically can't go above 10,000. I can't do it. It has nothing to do with that. So if I want to sell or buy gear, this is why BIS doesn't exist on the marketplace. Because if I want to buy a really good piece of gear, like, okay, let me go buy a ring that has Aegis and Seeker on it. Because Aegis and Seeker is BIS. Oh, look, there's nothing here. You know why nothing's here? Oh, I'm sorry, there's a legendary one. But you know why there's nothing here? Because people can't sell it for high enough. Like, here, do I have it right? Yeah, this ring right here. This is probably worth, like, 30k minimum. At least 30k. Like, there's no way I'm ever dropping this for 10,000 gold. There's no way in hell I'm ever dropping this for 10k. No way. I would rather use it and die than ever sell this for anything less than, like, yeah, than it lets me. So the problem is you can just farm legendary treasure for 5k and then it kind of devalues gear entirely. There's too much gold and not enough to spend it on because the market is so low. So I personally think you should be able to sell gear for higher. Buy the ring, it's good. Well, I don't really need it anymore. I mean, it's good. I mean, it is good, but... I mean, yeah, it gets fine, but it's max health though. Max health is kind of duty. You want damage, not health. If that was attack damage, I would probably buy it. But yeah, there's no reason the game should limit you. Yeah, that's it. It's kind of stupid. And you know what? If some dummy wants to sell their gear for like 50k that no one's ever gonna buy, then just let them do it. Who cares if some Timmy, you know, who cares if some guy that doesn't understand prices wants to sell their ring for 50k? Who cares? Just no one will buy it. And if any of you are thinking, okay, well maybe it's so people don't RMT, it doesn't stop RMT because you can still do it. You know, I can still just grab purples and then just sell it to somebody and do RMT with it if I wanted to, right? So like that isn't being stopped like from market cap, so I don't really know why the sell limit is even here. Like yeah, if someone wants to buy a really good piece of gear for high money, just let them do it. Like why are we limiting it to such a low number? It makes gear really scarce on the marketplace because the gear that's worth a lot of money can't be sold, so it all just doesn't exist on the market at all. So yeah, that's my own 2 cents at least. Okay. Is there anything else that you would like me to add to this list? Because keep in mind, this might be talked about to the dev at some point. Because they mentioned maybe doing a Q&A. It might be on stream or off, I'm not sure yet, but they had talked about, like, they asked for feedback, so does anyone have anything to say about this list before I call it? Last chance. Yeah, I'll go over it one more time, like just briefly. So Mistfall Hunter suggestions. Lack of servers. We need more than just NA and KR. Obvious. We need better server optimization. There's lag and frame drops everywhere. We need more endgame content. We need endgame gear chasing, and we need higher level dungeons for something to do later. We need more. I think there should be more weapon options for classes. It's kind of lame to have only one option. Feels tedious drinking wine after every match. A gem socket system would be nice to give you something else to do. Gray gear should never be like in purple lobbies. sensitivity, mouse options, raw mouse options, duos, hotkey option to change skills to whatever you want, like for example, sorcerer spells, more stash space and auction house space, camp upgrades, the whole gear, camp upgrades for inventory space, sort stash options for affix. The auction house search should remain while swapping tabs. Search auction house for double affix, and the price of gear is too low. I think that's about the best I can think of. Oh, yeah, that's part of the chase too. Does anyone else feel like it's kind of sucky that solos are just completely locked out of legendaries? That solos have no option at all to farm anything higher than some random purples. We also don't get large treasure chests. Does anybody who plays solo or trio feel like we're like kind of being shafted here out of like the special loot and the glitch your band? I don't really understand why like the game isn't easier or harder as a trio. If anything, it's easier as a trio once you have a good trio to like not die. So I don't really understand why solos is just being left out of like better loot. I just yeah, I don't understand why we're limiting why we're trying to give trios better loot than solos. It makes no sense. We're doing the same content, so let us do the same things, you know? Like, why have I never seen a large treasure chest as a solo, but it spawns in trio? I just don't get it. It's just kind of silly. I hope they change this. Trio players shouldn't be more rich than solo for the sole factor that they're playing solo. And before you say, well, trios have to share loot, they they do, but they get more loot. When you kill the boss in trio, it drops like 6 purples, and the solo boss drops 2. So you don't get more loot in trio because they give you enough loot to swap or to change between your party. Everyone gets the same number of purples if you kill boss, for example. The only difference is, as a solo, you'll never see legendary loot and you'll never see large chests. For some reason, I don't know why. But yeah, I don't know. That just seems kind of stupid to me. I don't know. Hard to like. I don't have anything else to say. That's all. All right. I think this is a good list. I'll save this, and when the dev wants to talk, I'll just see what their opinions are on all this stuff, and then I'll get back to you on that. Maybe I'll make a video on this too, of suggestions. That might not be bad either. We'll see if I feel like doing that or not, but thank you all for watching the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I had fun. I don't think I'm going to be playing a whole lot more Mistfall Hunter before the game goes out. I'm going to try out Legacy's beta, or whatever the hell you want to, not beta, but the playtest server that we have access to, or that I have access to early, whenever that opens for streaming, and we'll see how that goes. Outside of that, we're just kind of chilling, so thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoy the stream. If you're on YouTube, you don't mind liking the video for you, I'd appreciate it. Helps the VOD. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow. Should be live again soon. Thank you all. See ya. Take care.